His smile was reassuring. And did they describe it well? She met his gaze, her cheeks warm. Well enough. You'll find it even better than they said, he promised, his voice soft. His hand brushed the edge of her chemise, his touch careful and considerate. Obeying his wordless urging, she lifted her arms and let him remove the garment. She kicked off her slippers and stood before him in her underclothes, with her arms crossed over herself. He stood over her, his hand trailing over her back, raising gooseflesh on every inch of her skin. Put your arms around me, Lottie. She obeyed awkwardly, bringing her body closer to his. His body was incredibly warm, his presence undeniable through the fabric. A shock of sensation went through her, followed by a surge of emotion so acute that she could hardly bear it. Gripping his neck, she pushed her face against the dense muscle of his shoulder. For a long, blissful moment, he held her like that, warming her with his own body. Reaching between them, he loosened her undergarments and let them drop to the floor, before picking her up and carrying her to the bed with astonishing ease. As Lottie reclined on the embroidered counterpane, Nick's gaze slid over her. A smile tugged at his lips. I've never seen anyone blush from head to toe before. Well, I've never been like this in front of a man, Lottie said, abashed. It was inconceivable that she should be conversing with someone while in such a state. His hand closed gently around her ankle. You're adorable, he whispered, and climbed over her. Increasingly uncomfortable, Lottie tried to conceal herself from his view. His head moved over her, his breath warm against her skin. Don't hide, he coaxed. I can't help it, she said, shifting slightly. Somehow she managed to pull the bedclothes around herself in search of comfort. Following with a low laugh, Nick joined her beneath the covers. Lottie stared blindly at the dark canopy overhead. Nick, she asked hesitantly, is this the usual way that people share affection? His voice was muffled. What is the usual way? She inhaled sharply. I'm not entirely certain, but I don't think this is it. His voice held amusement. I know what I'm doing. Lottie? I was not implying that you didn't. Oh, please! Then she felt him shake with suppressed laughter. For someone who has never done this before, you're rather opinionated. Let me show you how I care for you, The first time, at least, he gently held her wrists. Just relax, Nick. She tensed slightly but soon found herself lost in the moment, her breath quickening as warmth spread through her. His touch was tender, his focus entirely on her. A soft sound escaped her lips as she surrendered to the unfamiliar yet overwhelming sensations. He gently kissed her neck, then her shoulder, his touch tender and loving. His embrace was warm and comforting, filling her with a sense of safety and affection. Lottie felt her heart race as he held her close, his presence soothing yet thrilling. She sighed softly, leaning into his touch. Nick, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Please. He smiled against her skin, continuing to hold her with care. His hands moved gently, tracing patterns along her back, making her shiver with delight. She reached for him, her fingers brushing through his hair, pulling him closer. He chuckled softly, his breath warm against her ear. Patience, he murmured, his voice filled with warmth. Lottie sighed, her body tingling with anticipation. Every touch, every whispered word sent waves of warmth through her. She closed her eyes, lost in the moment, as he continued to hold her with tenderness. Finally, he pulled back slightly, gazing into her eyes with deep affection. Are you ready? He asked softly. She nodded, her heart full. Yes. With gentle care, he drew her into a loving embrace, their connection deepening as they shared the moment together. It was a beautiful, intimate experience, filled with warmth and trust. Afterward he held her close, stroking her hair as she rested against him. Was that all right? He asked, his voice tender. Lottie smiled, her heart still racing. It was perfect, she whispered. He kissed her forehead softly. Good. They stayed like that for a while, wrapped in each other's arms, content and at peace. But the discomfort persisted, and she knew that no matter how much time he gave her, it was not going to improve. Nick, she said unsteadily, would it be possible for you to finish this part of it right away? Goodness, he muttered ruefully. Yes, I can do that. Cautiously he adjusted his position, and Lottie realized in consternation that he was moving even closer. As the pressure increased, she flinched in distress. Immediately he drew back a little, his hand stroking from her shoulder to her side. The next time will be better, he said, keeping his movements gentle. You're so warm, Lottie, so sweet. He became breathless, his eyes closing tightly, his hands pressing against the mattress. despite the discomfort his actions caused, Lottie experienced a curious feeling of protectiveness, of tenderness. Even, her hands slid over his back, following the curve of his spine. She adjusted her position as she held him close, listening to the way his breath hitched. Suddenly he stilled completely, his body tense. She felt him shudder as he let out a deep sigh. Stroking his back, she let her fingers wander lower until she found the firm contours of his form. Finally Nick sighed and opened his eyes, a bright gleam in his flushed face. The way he murmured her name sent shivers down her back. After adjusting the covers neatly around her, Nick rose on one elbow to look down at her. A small frown creased his brow. "Are you all right?" "Yes." A drowsy smile curved her lips. It wasn't bad at all, until the end. "I thought it was even better than a warm bath." He made a sound of amusement. "Yes, but was it as good as chocolate?" Lottie reached up to stroke his cheek. She couldn't resist teasing him, not quite. Another chuckle escaped him. "My goodness, you're hard to please." He turned his face into her hand, kissing her palm. "A's for me. I'm more content than a sailor in paradise." Lottie continued to trace the strong lines of his face with her fingertips. With a flush lingering on his cheeks and his expression softened, he looked younger than usual. "What is paradise for a sailor?" she asked. "A place of endless joy. Nothing but music, laughter, and good company all day and night." "What is your idea of heaven?" "I don't believe in heaven." Lottie's eyes widened. "I'm married to a skeptic," she asked, and he grinned. "You may yet be sorry you didn't marry Radna." "Don't joke about that," she said, turning away from him. "It's not a subject for humor." "I'm sorry," he interrupted, his arm sliding around her waist. He pulled her into the shelter of his body, her back fitting against his chest. "I didn't mean to upset you. Here, rest against me." He nuzzled into the pale strands of her hair. "What a spirited little thing you are." "I'm not spirited." Lottie protested, for that quality hardly suited a proper lady. "Yes, you are." His hand rested gently over her side. "I've known it from the moment we met. It's one of the reasons I wanted you." "You said you wanted me merely for convenience." "Well, there is that," he said with a grin, reacting swiftly as she tried to nudge him. "But in truth, convenience had nothing to do with it. I wanted you more than any woman I've ever met." "Why did you insist on marriage when I offered to be your companion?" "Because that wasn't good enough for you." He paused before adding quietly, "You deserve everything I can give you, including my name." A sobering thought dimmed Lottie's pleasure in the compliment. "After everyone learns that you are Lord Sydney, you will be quite sought after," she said. A man with his looks, a fortune, and a title to his name was an irresistible combination. He would undoubtedly receive a great deal of attention from women who would want to tempt him into distraction. "I won't stray from you," Nick said, surprising her with his perceptiveness. "You can't be certain. A man with your personal history. What do you know of my personal history?" He gently pressed her back and leaned over her. "It is obvious that you are very experienced." "I am," he admitted, "but that doesn't mean I've been indiscriminate. In fact, Lottie prompted. He looked away, nothing. "You were going to tell me you haven't had all that many partners, I suppose." Her tone was skeptical. "Although the concept is subjective. What is many for you, I wonder? 100? 50? 10? It doesn't matter," he said with a scowl. "I wouldn't believe you if you claimed anything less than 20. You would be wrong. Then, how far off the mark would I be?" "I've been with only 2 women," he said curtly. "Including you." "You have not," she exclaimed with a disbelieving laugh. "Believe what you like," he muttered, moving away. He seemed annoyed, as if he regretted what he had just told her. As he left and walked to the wardrobe, Lottie watched in astonishment. She couldn't quite accept his claim, yet there was no reason for him to lie. Who was the other one? She couldn't resist asking. He shrugged into a burgundy robe, a woman who ran an establishment. "French, you mean?" "No, the kind who managed a certain type of business," he replied plainly. Lottie nearly lost her balance. She kept her expression composed as he turned toward her. "Was it a long friendship?" 3 years. Lottie absorbed the information silently, realizing with dismay that the heaviness in her chest was jealousy. "Were you in love with her?" she asked. "No," he said without hesitation. "But I liked her. I still do." A frown crossed her forehead. "Why do you no longer see her?" Nick shook his head. After a while, Gemma believed there was nothing more to be gained by continuing the arrangement. I've since realized she was right, and I haven't been with anyone else, until you. So you see, I don't have a problem staying faithful. A wave of relief swept over her. She wasn't ready to examine why she was so pleased at the thought of keeping him to herself. Leaving the bed, she hurried to pick up her discarded dress and held it in front of her. I will admit I'm surprised, she said, trying to appear casual. You are certainly not predictable. He approached and placed his hands on her shoulders. Neither are you, he replied. I never expected to find such connection with someone so new to this. Taking the dress from her hands, he dropped it and drew her close. Her skin tingled at the soft fabric against her. Maybe it's because you're mine, he mused. No one's ever belonged to me before. Lottie smiled wryly. You make me sound like a horse you've just bought. A horse would have been cheaper, he replied, grinning as she playfully swatted at him. He caught her wrists gently. Save your energy, he advised, smiling. Releasing her, he rubbed her back. You must be tired. I'll draw a hot bath for you. When you finish, we'll have something to eat. A hot bath sounded wonderful. The thought of dressing formally for dinner, however, was unappealing. Shall I have a supper tray sent up here? Nick asked. Yes, Lottie said immediately and gave him a quizzical glance. How do you do that? You always seem to know what I'm thinking. Your face shows everything. Removing his robe, he placed it around her, the heavy velvet warming her with the lingering heat of his body. I've only eaten in my bedroom once, when I was ill, she told him as he tied the robe around her. And that was years ago. Nick bent to whisper in her ear. My devoted bride. Later I'll show you that the bedroom is the best possible place to dine. He bathed her himself, kneeling by the tub with the sleeves of his robe rolled up to reveal the damp, dark hair of his forearms. Eyes half closed, Lottie let her gaze drift from the tanned column of his throat to the dark hair that filled the open V of his robe. He was such a strong, masculine presence, and yet he touched her with surprising gentleness. Veils of steam rose from the water, making the air warm and hazy. She felt enveloped in warmth as his hands moved carefully over her. Does it feel tender here? He asked, his fingers lightly tracing her skin. A little. She leaned back against his arm, her head resting on the polished wooden rim of the large porcelain bathtub. Nick massaged gently with his fingertips, as if he could soothe her with his touch. I tried to be careful. You were, she murmured, relaxing in his hold. Nick's thick lashes lowered as he gazed at her through the shimmering water. His handsome features were set with quiet intensity. The edge of his rolled-up sleeve dipped into the water, the velvet growing warm and damp. I won't ever cause you discomfort again, he said. That's a promise. Lottie caught her breath as he gently explored the delicate curves of her body, her hands pressed against the smooth surface of the tub for balance. He slid a steadying arm behind her back, holding her securely. Lean back, he murmured. Let me take care of you. She hesitated for a moment, but then relaxed in his embrace, trusting him completely. His touch was tender as he traced the sensitive lines of her skin, his movements slow and deliberate. The Chinese have beautiful names for these moments, he whispered, his voice soft. His fingers moved with care, ensuring she felt only comfort. She sighed as warmth spread through her. His lips brushed her ear. Next time we're together, I'll show you a way to be close that brings us even nearer. A quiet hum of contentment rose in Lottie's throat. She felt safe, cherished, held firmly yet gently by his strong arms. How do you know such things? She asked softly. Gemma collects books on love and connection, he replied. One of her favorites is an ancient text that speaks of patience and tenderness. His touch lingered, light as a feather, before he withdrew, smoothing his hands along her skin with the gentlest caress. And it gives prescriptions for health benefits, to strengthen the bones, enrich the blood, ensure long life. Tell me some of them, Lottie said, her breath catching as he held her close, his touch gentle and reassuring. He nuzzled her cheek. There's the soaring phoenix, which is said to make 100 illnesses disappear, and cranes entwining necks, reputedly very good for promoting healing. How many have you tried? Only about 40. The ancient masters would consider me a novice. Lottie drew back to stare at him in astonishment, her movement causing a wave to ripple near the edge of the tub. How many are there, for heaven's sake? 15 movements applied to 30, 6 basic positions, which provides about 400 variations. That seems rather excessive, she managed to say. Amusement warmed his voice. It would keep us busy, wouldn't it? Lottie tensed slightly as he adjusted his hold. Nick, I can't. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly, he whispered. I'll be gentle. As she obeyed, he carefully guided her, his touch soothing. His fingers traced a steady rhythm, and Lottie buried her face against his arm, her pulse quickening. After the initial hesitation faded, she relaxed into his embrace. You feel so perfect, Nick murmured. I want to stay close to you, to cherish every moment. His words melted into the warmth between them, and she trembled with quiet joy, her senses alight. Much later, after the bath had cooled, Lottie dressed in a fresh white nightgown and approached the bedroom table, where Nick stood waiting. She felt her cheeks, warm as he looked at her with a soft smile. I like the way you look in this, he said, brushing his fingers over the high-necked bodice. Very lovely. Not so innocent anymore, Lottie replied with a shy smile. He lifted her gently, his face nestling into the dampness of her hair. His lips brushed her neck. Oh, yes, you are, he said. There's still so much for us to discover together. I have every faith you'll guide me, she said, settling before a plate filled with ham, vegetable pudding, potatoes, and open-faced tarts. To our marriage, Nick said, pouring her a glass of wine. May it be happier than its beginning. They raised their glasses and touched them lightly. Lottie sipped cautiously, savouring the rich, spicy flavour that complemented the meal. Setting his glass aside, Nick took her hand, studying her bare fingers thoughtfully. You have no ring. I'll see to that tomorrow. Lottie felt a flutter of excitement at the idea. She had never owned jewellery, though she had been taught at Maidstones that a lady should never appear too eager. She schooled her expression into calm indifference. It isn't necessary, she said. Many married women do without. I want everyone to know you're cherished. Lottie smiled brightly. If you insist, I suppose I can't refuse. He grinned at her barely concealed delight. His thumb traced the delicate lines of her knuckles. What kind of stone would you like? Sapphire, she suggested hopefully. Sapphire it is. He kept her hand in his as they talked, idly tracing the tips of her fingers. I imagine you'll want to see your family soon. Lottie's thoughts shifted at once from the ring. Yes, please. I worry Lord Radnor may have already told them what happened. And I don't want them to worry that they'll be left destitute, now that I have married someone else. There is no need to look so guilty, Nick said, tracing the thin veins inside of her wrist. You had no part in making the bargain. It wasn't your fault that you didn't wish to uphold it. But I benefited from it, Lottie pointed out reluctantly. All those years at Maidstones. My education cost a great deal, and now Lord Radnor has nothing in return. He arched a dark brow. If your point is that Radnor has been ill-used. No, it's not that precisely. It's just, well, I didn't do the honourable thing. Yes, no doubt you should have fallen on the sword for the rest of the family, he said sardonically. But your parents will be just as well served this way. I couldn't possibly be a worse son-in-law than Radnor. You are certainly preferable as a husband, she said. He smiled at that, lifting her fingers to his mouth. You would prefer anyone to Radnor as a husband. You've made that quite clear. Lottie smiled, thinking privately that in marrying Nick, she had ended up with a far different husband than she had expected. What will you do tomorrow? She asked, remembering their earlier confrontation with Sir Ross. She was certain that Nick would not relinquish his position at Bow Street without objection. Releasing her hand, Nick frowned. I'm going to visit Morgan. Do you think that he will take your side against Sir Ross's? Not a chance. But I'll at least have the satisfaction of telling Morgan what a rotten traitor he is. Lottie leaned forward to touch the lapel of his robe. Have you considered the possibility that they both are doing what they think is best for you? That it might be in your own interests to reclaim the title? How could it be? My goodness, I'll be living in a gilded cage. I'll be there with you. He stared at her, seemingly arrested by the words. He looked at her so intensely for so long that Lottie was finally moved to ask, What? What are you thinking? Nick smiled without humour. I was just reflecting on how much better prepared you are for my life than I am. Although Lottie had tentatively invited him to stay the night with her, Nick left after supper, retreating to the guest room a few doors away. I'll be there with you." Her words had affected Nick curiously, just as her casual remarks at the wishing well had. She possessed a terrible knack of unravelling him with a simple phrase word so commonplace, and yet invested with significance. He didn't know what to make of Lottie. Despite the way he had deceived her initially, she seemed fully prepared to act as his partner. She responded to him with passion and generosity, and in her arms he had been able to forget the secrets that had haunted him for 14 years. He craved more of that sweet escape. The past few hours had been extraordinarily different from what he had experienced with Gemma. When he was close to Lottie, his desire was enmeshed with a deep tenderness that made his emotions unbearably strong. She kept reaching through his defences without even seeming to know what she was doing, and he could not allow anyone that kind of intimacy. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Lottie discovered the struggles that lurked inside him. And if that happened, she would withdraw from him in dismay. He had to keep a certain distance between them, otherwise she would eventually come to regard him with regret. Or pity. The thought made his skin crawl. He had to maintain his detachment, while even now he longed to go back to her. In all his 28 years, he had never felt this painful need for someone. Just to be in the same room with her. My goodness, he thought with dull dismay, going to the window and staring blindly into the night. What is happening to me? Sir Grant Morgan looked up from his desk as Nick burst into his office before morning sessions. There was no trace of apology in his hard green eyes. "I see you've spoken to Sir Ross," he said. Nick proceeded to express his outrage in the strongest words imaginable, levelling accusations that would have caused any other man either to shrink in fear or to reach for the nearest weapon. Morgan, however, listened as calmly as if Nick were discussing the weather. After an extensive rant speculating on the likelihood that Morgan was nothing but a puppet, while Sir Ross pulled the strings, the Chief Magistrate sighed and interrupted. "Enough," he said shortly. "You're beginning to repeat yourself. Unless you have anything new to add, you may as well spare yourself the breath. As to your last charge, that this situation is all of Sir Ross's making, I can assure you that the decision to remove you from the force was fully as much mine as his." Until that moment, Nick had never realized that Morgan's opinion was so important to him. But he experienced a genuine stab of pain, a crushing sense of betrayal and failure. Why? He heard himself ask hoarsely. Was my performance so unsatisfactory? What more could I have done? I solved every case and caught almost every man you sent me after. And I did it by the rules, the way you wanted. I did everything you asked. More, even. There has never been a problem with your performance, Morgan said quietly. You've discharged your duties as ably as anyone could have. I've never seen any man match you for bravery or wits. Then back me against Sir Ross, Nick said roughly. Tell him to take that writ of summons and forget it. That you need me at Bow Street. Their gazes clashed and held, and then something in Morgan's face changed. Nick thought with sullen frustration that he looked almost fatherly, despite the fact that Morgan was only about 10 years older than he. Have a seat, Morgan said. No, I don't. Please. The invitation was uttered with firm politeness. Please. Nick sat in the nearest chair, practically reeling in shock. Morgan had never used that word before. Nick wouldn't have thought it was part of his vocabulary. Gripping the arms of the worn leather chair, Nick gazed at him warily. The magistrate began to speak. In their 3-year acquaintance, Morgan had never talked to him like this, with a friendly, almost paternal concern. I don't want you at Bow Street any longer, Gentry. God knows it has nothing to do with your effectiveness. You're the best runner I've ever seen. Since you came here, I've tried to offer what guidance I thought you'd accept, and I've watched you change from a self-serving rogue into a man I consider dependable and responsible. But there is one thing that I regret to say has not altered. From the beginning, you've taken reckless risks in the course of your work, because you don't care about yourself or anyone else. And in my opinion, you'll continue to do so if you remain here, at the cost of your own life. Why do you care? I was a runner for 10 years, and I've seen many men fall in the line of duty. I myself came close more than once. There comes a time when a man has pushed his luck too far, and if he's too stubborn or reckless to realize it, he'll pay the price. I knew when to stop, and so must you, because of your famous instincts. Nick mocked angrily. Blast it, Morgan, you stayed a runner until you were 35. By that count, I still have 7 years to go. You've tempted fate many more times in the last 3 years than I did in 10. The magistrate countered. And unlike you, I didn't use the job as a way to escape my past. Nick remained expressionless, while the frantic question, "What does he know?" buzzed in his head. Sophia was the only one who knew the full truth of his past. She might have told Cannon, who in turn could have said something to Morgan. "No, I don't know what those shadows are," Morgan said softly, his eyes warming with a flicker of either sympathy or kindness, "although I can make a competent guess. Unfortunately, I have no advice to offer about how to reconcile yourself with the past. All I know is that this way hasn't worked. And I'll be darned if I let you defeat yourself on my watch." "I don't know what the heck you're talking about." Morgan continued as if he hadn't heard him. "I'm rather inclined to agree with Sir Ross's opinion that you'll never find peace until you stop living behind the shield of an assumed name. As difficult as it may be to face the world as Lord Sidney, I think it for the best. What am I supposed to do as a Viscount?" Nick asked with a bitter laugh. "Collect snuff-boxes and neckties, read papers at the club, advise the tenants. Good grief, I know as much about farming as you do. There are thousands of ways a man can be of use to the world," Morgan said flatly. "Believe me, no one expects or desires for you to lead an idle life." He paused and took an ink blotter in his huge hand, regarding it thoughtfully. "The runners will be disbanded soon, in any event. You would eventually have had to find something else to do. I'm merely speeding up the matter by a few months." Nick felt the colour drain from his face. "What?" Morgan grinned suddenly at his expression. "Come, that should be no surprise to you, even in light of your disinterest in politics. When Cannon left the magistracy, it was only a matter of time until the runners were dismissed. He was the heart and spirit of this place. He devoted every waking moment to it for years, until—" He paused tactfully, leaving Nick to fill the silence. "Until he met my sister," Nick said sourly, "and married her." "Yes." Morgan did not seem at all regretful about Cannon's departure from the public office. In fact, his sharp features softened, and his smile lingered as he continued. "The best thing that ever happened to him." However, it was hardly a boon for Bow Street. Now that Cannon has retired, there is a movement in Parliament to strengthen the Metropolitan Police Act, and many politicians believe that the new police would become more popular with the public if the runners weren't here to compete with them. They intend to leave all of London to that bunch of incompetents. Nick asked incredulously. Good heavens. Half of the new police have no experience to speak of, and the other half are misfits or fools. Be that as it may, the public will never fully support the new police while the runners remain. The old instruments cannot be installed in the new machine. Stunned by the finality in the Chief Magistrate's voice, Nick fixed him with an accusing stare. "You're not going to fight for this place. You have an obligation." "No," the Chief Magistrate said simply. "My only obligation is to my wife. She and my children are more important to me than anything else. I made it clear to Cannon that I would never surrender my soul to Bow Street the way he did for so long, and he understood that. But what will become of the runners?" Nick asked, thinking of his comrades. Sayer, Flagstad, G. Ruthven. Talented men who had served the public with courage and dedication, all for a mere pittance. I imagine 1 or 2 will join the new police, where they are much needed. Others will turn to other professions entirely. I may open a private investigative office and employ 2 or 3 for a while." Morgan shrugged. Having made a relative fortune in his years at Bow Street, he had no need to work, other than at his own whim. "My goodness, I left to attend to one private case, and I've come back to find the entire place falling apart." The magistrate laughed softly. "Go home to your wife, Sidney. Start making plans. Your life is changing, no matter how you try to prevent it. I will not be Lord Sidney," Nick growled. The green eyes gleamed with friendly defiance. "There are worse fates, my lord, a title, land, a wife. If you can't make something of that, there is indeed no hope for you." Chapter 10. "Something in pale yellow, I think," Sophia said decisively, sitting in the midst of so many fabrics that it appeared as if a rainbow had exploded in the room. "Yellow," Lottie repeated, chewing the side of her lower lip. "I don't think that would flatter my complexion." As this was at least the 10th suggestion that Lottie had rejected, Sophia sighed and shook her head with a smile. She had commandeered the back room in her dressmaker's shop at Oxford Street specifically for the purpose of ordering a trousseau for Lottie, I am sorry, Lottie said sincerely. I don't mean to be difficult. Clearly I have little experience with this sort of thing. She had never been allowed to choose the styles or colours of her gowns. According to Lord Radnor's dictates, she had always worn modest designs in dark colours. Unfortunately, it was now difficult to envision herself in rich blue, or yellow, or, heaven help her, pink, and the idea of exposing much of her upper chest in public was so discomforting that she had cringed at the daring pattern. Book illustrations that Sophia had showed her. Nick's older sister, to her credit, was remarkably patient. She focused on Lottie with a steady blue gaze and a persuasive smile that bore an uncommon resemblance to her brother's. Lottie, dear, you are not being difficult in the least. But, fibber. Lottie responded immediately, and they both laughed. All right, Sophia said with a grin. You are being confoundedly difficult, although I am certain that it is unintentional. Therefore, I am going to make 2 requests of you. First, please bear in mind that this is not a life or death matter. Choosing a gown is not so very difficult, especially when one is being advised by an astute and very fashionable friend, which would be me. Lottie smiled. And the second request. The second is, please trust me. As Sophia held her gaze, it was clear that the magnetism of the Sidney family was not limited to the males. She radiated a mixture of warmth and self-confidence that was impossible to resist. I will not let you look frumpy or improper, she promised. I have excellent taste, and I have been out in London society for some time, whereas you have been. Buried in Hampshire. Lottie supplied helpfully. Yes, quite, and if you insist on dressing in dull styles that are appropriate for a woman twice your age, you will feel out of place among your own crowd. Moreover, it would undoubtedly reflect badly on my brother, as the gossips will whisper that he must be stingy with you, if you go about so plainly garbed. No, Lottie said automatically. That would be unfair to him, as he has given me leave to buy anything I wish. Then let me choose some things for you. Sophia coaxed. Lottie nodded, reflecting that she was probably far too guarded. She would have to learn how to rely on other people. I'm in your hands, she said resignedly. I'll wear whatever you suggest. Sophia fairly wriggled in satisfaction. Excellent. She hefted a pattern book to her lap and began to insert slips of paper between the pages she particularly liked. The light played over her dark golden hair, bringing out shades of wheat and honey in the shining strands. She was an uncommonly pretty woman, her delicate, decisive features a feminine echo of Nick's strong face. Every now and then she paused to give Lottie an assessing gaze. Followed either by a nod or a quick shake of her head, Lottie sat placidly and drank some tea that the dressmaker's assistant had brought. It was raining heavily outside, and the afternoon was grey and cool, but the room was cosy and peaceful. Intricate feminine things were draped or heaped everywhere. Spills of lace, lengths of silk and velvet ribbon, clever artificial flowers, their petals adorned with crystal beads to simulate dewdrops. Occasionally the dressmaker appeared, conferred with Sophia and made notes, then tactfully disappeared. Some clients, Sophia had told Lottie, required the dressmaker to attend them every minute. Others were far more decided in their preferences and liked to make decisions without interference. Lost in a peaceful reverie, Lottie almost started when Sophia spoke. You cannot imagine how thrilled I was when Nick wrote that he was taking a bride. Sophia held 2 fabrics together and examined them critically, turning them to see how the light affected the weave. Tell me, what was it about my brother that first attracted you? He is a fine-looking man, Lottie said cautiously. I could not help but notice his eyes and dark hair, and he was also very charming and... She paused, her mind returning to those still, sun-warmed moments by the kissing gate near the forest, how world-weary he had looked, how much in need of comfort. Desolate, she said, almost under her breath. I wondered how such an extraordinary man could be the loneliest person I had ever met. Oh, Lottie, Sophia said softly, I wonder why you could see that in him, when everyone else considers him to be invulnerable. Leaning forward, she held a length of pale amber silk beneath Lottie's chin, testing it against her complexion, then lowered it. For most of his life, Nick has had to fight for survival. He was so young when our parents died, and he became so rebellious afterward. She gave a quick little shake of her head, as if to elude a sudden swarm of painful memories. And then he ran off to London, and I heard nothing of him, until one day I learned that he had been convicted of some petty crime and sentenced to a prison hulk. A few months after that, I was told that he had passed away from illness aboard ship. I grieved for years. Why did he not come to you? He could have at least sent a letter of some kind to spare you such unnecessary distress. I believe that he was too ashamed after what had happened to him. He tried to forget that John, Lord Sydney, had ever existed. It was easier to close everything away and create a new life for himself as Nick Gentry. After what had happened, Lottie asked, perplexed. Are you referring to his imprisonment? Sophia's dark blue eyes searched hers. Seeming to realize that Lottie had not been told about something significant, she turned secretive. Yes, his imprisonment, she said vaguely, and Lottie knew that Sophia was protecting her brother in some mysterious way. How did you learn that he was still alive? I came to London, Sophia replied, to confront the magistrate who had sentenced him to the prison hulk. I blamed him for my brother's passing, but to my dismay I soon found myself falling in love with him. Sir Ross. Lottie stared at her in amazement. No wonder Nick Realizing what she had been about to say, she stopped abruptly. Dislikes him so? Sophia finished for her with a rueful smile. Yes, the two of them have no fondness for each other. However, that has not prevented my husband from doing everything he can to help Nick. You see, even after Nick joined the runners, he was quite reckless. Yes, Lottie acknowledged cautiously, has quite a vigorous constitution. Sophia smiled without humour. I'm afraid it was more than that, my dear. For 3 years Nick has taken insane chances, not seeming to care if he lives or passes on. But why? Certain events in Nick's past have made him rather embittered and detached. My husband and Sir Grant have both endeavoured to help him change for the better. I haven't always agreed with their methods. I can assure you, Sir Ross and I have engaged in some spirited debates on the matter. However, as time has passed, it seems that my brother has improved in many ways. And Lottie, I am very much encouraged by the fact that he has married you. She took Lottie's hand and squeezed it warmly. Sophia. Lottie averted her gaze as she spoke reluctantly. I do not think the marriage could truly be characterized as a love match. No. The other woman agreed softly. I am afraid that the experience of loving and being loved is quite foreign to Nick. It will no doubt take some time for him to recognize the feeling for what it is. Lottie was certain that Sophia meant to be reassuring. However, the idea of Nick Gentry falling in love with her was not only improbable but alarming as well. He would never let his guard down to that extent, never allow someone such power over him, and if he did, he might very well become as obsessive and controlling as Lord Radnor. She did not want anyone to love her. Although it was clear that some people found great joy in love, such as Sophia and Sir Ross, Lottie could not help but regard it as a trap. The arrangement that she and Nick had devised was much safer. Nick found himself strangely adrift after he left the public office. It had begun to rain, and the burgeoning clouds promised a heavier downpour yet to come. Hateless, striding along the slick pavement, he felt the cold, fat splashes of water sinking through his hair and pelting the broadcloth weave of his coat. He should seek shelter somewhere. The Brown Bear, a tavern located across from Bow Street, Nung, 3 or perhaps Tom's Coffee House, where the runner's preferred physician, Dr. Linley, was wont to appear, or his own home, but he shied from that thought instantly. The rain fell harder, in cold, soaking sheets that drove street sellers and pedestrians to huddle beneath shop awnings. Scrawny boys darted into the street to fetch cabs for gentlemen who had been caught unawares by the rain. Umbrellas snapped open, their frames strained by strong gusts of wind, while the sky was partitioned by jagged shafts of lightning. The air lost its characteristic stable, yard odour and took on the freshness of spring rain. Brown currents ran through the drains, washing them clear of the foul matter that the night, soil men had failed to remove during evening rounds. Nick walked without direction, while the rain slid down his face and dripped from his chin, usually in his off time he went somewhere with Saya or Ruthven to exchange stories over Arle and beefsteaks, or they would attend a prize fight or a raucous comedy at Drury Lane. Sometimes they would patrol the streets in a small pack, leisurely inspecting the thoroughfares and alleys for any sign of disruption. Thinking of the other runners, Nick knew that soon he would lose their companionship. It was folly to hope otherwise. He could not move in their world any longer. Sir Ross had made that impossible. But why? Why couldn't the interfering man have left well enough alone? Nick's mind chased in circles, failing to apprehend the answer. Perhaps it had something to do with Sir Ross's unfailing pursuit of rightness, of order. Nick had been born a viscount and therefore must be restored to his position, no matter how unsuited he was for it. Nick considered what he knew of the peerage, of their habits and rituals, the countless rules of conduct, the inescapable removal of landed aristocrats from the reality of common life. He tried to imagine spending the majority of his time lounging in parlours and drawing rooms, or rustling his freshly ironed newspaper at the club, making speeches at the Lords to demonstrate one's social conscience, attending soirees, prattling about art and literature, and exchanging gossip about other silk, stock-inched gentlemen. A sense of panic filled him. He hadn't felt this trapped, this overwhelmed, since he had been lowered into the dark, foul hold of the prison ship and chained alongside the most degraded beings imaginable. Except that then he had known that freedom lay just outside the hulls of the anchored ship, and now there was no place to escape. Like an animal in a cage, his mind cast about in angry sweeps, hunting for some kind of refuge. "Gentry!" The friendly exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Eddie Sayer approached Nick with his customary hail fellow, well-met grin. Big, dashing, and congenial in nature, Sayer was liked by all the runners, and he was the one that Nick most trusted in a tight situation. "You're finally back," Sayer exclaimed, exchanging a hearty handshake. His brown eyes twinkled beneath the brim of his dripping hat. "I see you've just come from the public office. No doubt Sir Grant's given you a devil of an assignment to make up for your long absence." Nick found that his usual arsenal of ready quips was depleted. He shook his head, finding it difficult to explain how his life had turned upside down within the space of a week. "No assignment," he said hoarsely. "I've been dismissed." "What?" Sayer stared at him blankly. "You mean for good. You're the best man Morgan's got. Why on earth would he do that?" "Because I'm going to be a viscount." Suddenly Sayer's puzzlement disappeared, and he laughed. "And I'm going to be the Duke of Devonshire." Nick did not crack a smile, only stared at Sayer with a grim resignation that caused the other man's amusement to fade slightly. "Gentry?" Sayer asked. "Wasn't it a bit early for you to be this fox-faced?" "I haven't been drinking." Ignoring the statement, Sayer gestured to Tom's coffee house. "Come, we'll try to sober you with some coffee. Perhaps Linley is there. He can help figure out what has made you so addlepated." After numerous cups of coffee that had been liberally sweetened with lumps of brown sugar, Nick felt like a pocket watch that had been wound too tightly. He found little comfort in the company of Sayer and Linley, who clearly did not know what to make of his implausible claim. They pressed him for details that he was unable to give, as he could not bring himself to discuss a past that he had spent a decade and a half trying to forget. Finally, he left them at the coffee house and walked back out into the rain. Bitterly, he thought that the only period of his life in which he had been able to make decisions for himself had been his years as a crime lord. It would be far too easy to overlook the rough struggles of those years and think only of the fierce enjoyment he'd taken in outwitting Sir Ross Cannon at every turn. Had someone told him back then that he would someday be working for Bow Street and married, compelled to take up the cursed family title, good heavens, he would have taken any and all measures to avoid such a fate. But he could not think of what he could have done differently. The bargain with Sir Ross had been unavoidable, and from the moment he had seen Lottie standing on that wall on the river, Bluff in Hampshire, he had wanted her. He knew also that he would never stop wanting her, and he should probably abandon all attempts to puzzle out why. Sometimes there were no reasons. A thing was just so. Thinking of his wife's sweetly alluring scent and her eloquent brown eyes, he suddenly found himself before a jeweller's shop. The place was devoid of customers, save one who was preparing to dash out into the downpour. Beneath the questionable cover of a battered umbrella, Nick went inside just as the other man plunged out. Pushing the dripping hair out of his eyes, he glanced around the shop, noting the felt, covered tables and the door that led to the safe room in back. "Sir!" A jeweller approached him, his neck hung with a large magnifying loupe. He gave Nick a glance of pleasant inquiry. "May I assist you?" "I want a sapphire," Nick told him. "For a lady's ring." The man smiled. "You have done well to come here, then, as I have recently imported a magnificent selection of Ceylon sapphires. Is there a particular weight you have in mind?" "At least 5 carats without flaws." "Something larger, if you have it." The jeweller's eyes gleamed with patent eagerness. A fortunate lady to receive such a generous gift. It's for a viscount's wife, Nick said sardonically, unfastening his rain-soaked coat. It was afternoon by the time Nick returned to Betterton Street. Dismounting at the entrance of his house, he gave the reins to the footman, who had dashed out into the storm with an umbrella. Refusing the umbrella, which would do him little good at this point, Nick sloshed up the front steps. Mrs. Trench closed the door against the bluster of the storm, her eyes widening at the sight of him. Then Lottie appeared, neat and dry in her dark grey gown, her hair silvery in the lamplight. "Good Lord, you're half drowned," Lottie exclaimed, hurrying forward. She enlisted a maid to help tug the sodden coat from his shoulders and bid him remove his muddy boots right there in the hall. Nick barely heard what she said to the servants, all his awareness focused on Lottie's small form as he followed her upstairs. "You must be cold," she said in concern, glancing over her shoulder. "I'll start the shower bath to warm you, and then you can sit before the fire. I was out earlier with your sister. She came to call, and we went to Oxford Street and spent a delightful morning at the dressmaker's. I vow you will regret giving me carte blanche with your credit, as I allowed Sophia to persuade me into ordering a shocking number of gowns. A few were positively daring. I fear I shall never have the courage to wear them outside the house. And then we made an excursion to the bookshop, and it was there that I truly lost my head. No doubt I've made paupers of us now." An extensive description of her various purchases ensued, while she nudged him into the changing room and bid him to remove his wet clothes. Nick moved with unusual care, his intense awareness of her making him almost clumsy. Lottie ascribed his slowness to a chill taken from outside, saying something about the health risks of walking about in a storm, and that he must drink a cup of tea with brandy after the shower bath. He was not cold at all. He was burning inside, remembering details from the night before. Her warmth, her closeness, the way she had trusted him completely. He could not simply embrace her the moment he entered the house, as if he had no modicum of self-control. But oh, how he wanted to, he thought with a wry smile, fumbling with the fastenings of his clothes. The wet garments came off with difficulty. Despite his inner heat, he realized that he was indeed chilled. He heard the rattle of pipes as Lottie started the shower, bath, and then her hesitant tap at the door. "I've brought your dressing robe," came her muffled voice. Her hand appeared around the door, frame with the burgundy velvet clutched between her fingers. Nick looked at her small hand, the tender inside of her wrist with the little tracing of veins. Last night it had been easy to feel every beat of her pulse, every moment of connection between them. He found himself reaching out, ignoring the robe in favor of wrapping his fingers around her delicate wrist. He pushed the door fully open and pulled her in front of him, looking down into her flushed face. It was not difficult for her to see what he wanted. "I don't need a robe," he said gruffly, pulling the garment from her hand and dropping it to the floor. "The shower, bath," Lottie murmured, falling silent as he reached for the front placket of buttons on her gown. His fingers became swift and self-assured, carefully loosening the bodice to reveal the layers beneath. He pushed down her sleeves, taking the straps of the chemise with them, and set his mouth to the bare curve of her shoulder. Miraculously, she relaxed in his hold with a willingness he had not expected. Overcome, he pressed a kiss to her shoulder, then to her throat, while he coaxed her hands free of the gown and pushed it over her hips. The shower bath began to heat, saturating the air with steam. Nick unhooked the front of the corset, briefly adjusting the garment before releasing it completely. Lottie held onto his shoulders as they moved together under the warm spray of the shower. Her eyes were closed, her expression serene as she relaxed in his embrace. Nick guided her gently, their closeness bringing comfort to both. Turning her face slightly away from the water, Lottie rested her head against him, trusting and at ease. His hands moved over her with care, appreciating the quiet moment they shared. As they stood together, the warmth of the water and the closeness between them created a peaceful intimacy. Nick held her securely, murmuring reassuring words. "I've got you," he said softly. "Don't be afraid." She leaned back against him, her breathing steady. The moment was tender, a quiet connection between them. After a while, he carefully helped her step out, drying them both before the hearth in the bedroom. He combed her long hair, admiring how the strands shimmered in the firelight. Lottie leaned back against him as they sat together on the thick rug. She wore one of his robes, which draped loosely around her. "What was said between you and Sir Grant?" she asked. Nick sighed. He supported Sir Ross's decision, naturally. He found, to his own surprise, that the frustration he had felt earlier had eased. He explained what Morgan had mentioned about the Bow Street runners possibly being disbanded. Lottie turned to face him, her expression thoughtful. London without the Bow Street runners. Things change, he replied quietly. So I'm learning. She hesitated before speaking again. Nick, Sophia mentioned something today that I think you should know, even though it was meant to be a surprise. He frowned slightly. I don't like surprises. I've had enough of them lately. I thought you might say that. Her eyes were warm and expressive, like rich tea in the firelight. Nick studied her face, the gentle curve of her features, the quiet strength in her gaze. The moment between them was simple, yet deeply meaningful. The little imperfections made her beauty unique and endlessly interesting, whereas more classically shaped features would have bored him quickly. His heart warmed at the pressure of the slim arm hooked around his leg, and the side of her breast brushing his knee. What did my sister tell you? He asked. Lottie smoothed the loose folds of the silk robe. It concerns your family estate in Worcestershire. Sophia and Sir Ross are having it restored as a gift to you. They are repairing the manor and landscaping the grounds. Sophia has taken great pains to select fabrics and paints and furnishings that closely resemble the ones she remembered. She says it is rather like taking a journey back in time, that when she walks through the front entrance, she half expects to hear your mother's voice calling her, and to find your father smoking in the library. My goodness, Nick said through his teeth, rising to his feet. Lottie remained before the fire, extending her hands toward its warmth. They want to take us there after the writ of summons arrives. I thought it best to give you advance warning, to allow you time to prepare yourself. Thank you, Nick managed to say tautly, although no amount of time would be sufficient for that. The family manor, Worcestershire, he had not been back there since he and Sophia had been orphaned. Was there no escape from this? He felt as if he were being pulled inexorably toward an endless void. The Sydney name, the title, the estate, the memories he wanted none of it, and it was being forced upon him regardless. A sudden suspicion spread through him. What else did my sister tell you? Nothing of significance. Nick would have been able to see if his sister had confided in her, but it seemed that Sophia had not betrayed him in that way. And if she had not told Lottie by now, she would probably continue to hold her silence. Relaxing slightly, he ran his fingers through his dishevelled hair. Blast everyone and everything, he said in a low voice. But as he saw the indignant expression on Lottie's face, he added, except for you. I should hope so, she retorted. I am on your side, you know. Are you? He asked, drawn to the idea in spite of himself. Your life isn't the only one that's been turned upside down, she informed him, and to think that I was worried about the problems my family would cause. Nick was tempted to smile in the midst of his frustration. He went to where she sat and lowered a hand to her. If the rain stops, he said, pulling her up, we'll visit your parents tomorrow. Lottie's expressive face betrayed both concern and eagerness. If it isn't convenient, that is. If you have other plans, I am willing to wait. I have no plans, Nick said, thinking briefly of his dismissal. Tomorrow will be as convenient as any other day. Thank you. I do want to see them. I only hope. Lottie fell silent, her brows knitting together. The hem of the robe dragged in a long train as Lottie went to the fire. Nick followed immediately, wanting very much to comfort and reassure her, to kiss her lips until they softened beneath his. Try not to think about it, he advised. Worrying won't change anything. It won't be a pleasant visit. I can't think of a situation in which two parties could feel more mutually betrayed, although I am certain that most people would hold me at fault. Nick stroked the sides of her arms over the silk sleeves. If you had it to do over again, would you have stayed to marry Radnor? Certainly not. Turning Lottie to face him, he smoothed her hair back from her forehead. Then I forbid you to feel guilty about it. Forbid, she repeated, arching her brows. Nick grinned. You promised to obey me, didn't you? Well, do as I say, or face the consequences. Which are? He unfastened her robe, dropped it to the floor, and proceeded to show her exactly what he meant. The Howard family lived in a hamlet 2 miles west of fashionable London, a residential outgrowth surrounded by farming land. Nick remembered the well-structured but shabby house from his much earlier visit, at the beginning of his search for Lottie. The irony of returning to them as their new, very much unwanted son-in-law would have made him smile, as the situation contained strong elements of farce. However, his private amusement was tamped down by Lottie's impenetrable silence. He wished he could spare her the difficulty of seeing her family. On the other hand, it was necessary for Lottie to face them, and at least try to make peace. The small Tudor-style home was one in a row of architecturally similar houses. It was fronted with small, overgrown garden plots, its red brick exterior sadly dilapidated. The front door was raised 4 steps from the ground, the narrow entrance leading to 2 downstairs rooms that served as parlours. Beside the entrance, another set of stone steps led to the cellar below, which contained a kitchen and a water storage tank filled from the main in the road. 3 children played in the garden plots, brandishing sticks and running in circles. Like Lottie, they were flaxen blonde, fair-skinned, and slim of build. Having seen the children before, Nick had been told their names, but he could not recall them. The carriage stopped on the paved coachway, and the small faces appeared at the front gate, staring through the peeling slats as Nick helped Lottie descend from the carriage. Lottie's face was outwardly calm, but Nick saw how tightly clenched her gloved fingers were, and he experienced something he had never known before: concern for someone else's feelings. He didn't like it. Lottie stopped at the gate, her face pale. "Hello," she murmured. "Is that you, Charles? Oh, you've grown so, I can scarcely recognize you. And Eliza, and, good gracious, is that baby Albert?" "I'm not a baby," piped the toddler indignantly. Lottie flushed, poised on the verge between tears and laughter. "Why, no, indeed. You must be 3 years old by now. You're our sister Charlotte," Eliza said. Her serious little face was framed by 2 long braids. "The one who ran away." "Yes." Lottie's mouth was touched with sudden melancholy. "I don't wish to stay away any longer, Eliza. I have missed all of you so very much." "You were supposed to marry Lord Radnor," Charles said, regarding her with round blue eyes. "He was very upset that you wouldn't, and now he's going to—" "Charles," a woman's agitated voice came from the doorway. "Hush and come away from the gate at once." "But it's Charlotte," the boy protested. "Yes, I'm aware of that. Come now, children, all of you. Tell the cookmaid to make you some toast with jam." The speaker was Lottie's mother, a breakably slender woman in her early 40s, with an unusually narrow face and light blonde hair. Nick recalled that her husband was of stocky build with full cheeks. Neither of the pair was particularly handsome, but by some trick of nature, Lottie had inherited the best features of each. "Mama," Lottie said softly, gripping the top of the gate. The children promptly fled, eager for the promised treat. Mrs. Howard regarded her daughter with a dull gaze, harsh lines scored between her nose and mouth and across her forehead. "Lord Radnor came not 2 days ago," she said. The simple sentence contained both an accusation and indictment. Bereft of words, Lottie looked back over her shoulder at Nick. He went into action immediately, joining her at the gate and unlatching it himself. "May we come in, Mrs. Howard?" he asked. He ushered Lottie toward the house without waiting for permission. Some devil prompted him to add, "Or shall I call you Mama?" He put a mocking emphasis on the last syllable of the word, as Lottie had. For his boldness, Lottie surreptitiously knocked an elbow into his ribs as they entered the house, and he grinned. The interior of the house smelled musty. The drapes at the windows had been turned many times until both sides were unevenly sun-bleached, while the aged carpets had been worn so thin that no regular pattern was discernible. Everything from the chipped porcelain figures on the mantel to the grimy paper on the walls contributed to the picture of decayed gentility. Mrs. Howard herself gave the same impression, moving with a wary grace and self-consciousness of someone who had once been accustomed to a far better life. "Where is father?" Lottie asked, standing in the centre of the parlour, which was hardly bigger than a closet. "Visiting your uncle in town." The 3 of them stood in the centre of the room while awkward silence thickened the air. "Why have you come, Charlotte?" her mother finally asked. "I've missed you, Lottie paused at the resolute blankness she saw on her mother's face. Nick sensed his wife's struggle between stubborn pride and remorse as she continued carefully. "I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for what I did." "I wish I could believe that," Mrs. Howard replied crisply. "However, I do not. You do not regret abandoning your responsibilities, nor are you sorry for placing your own needs above everyone else's." Nick made the discovery that it was not easy for him to listen to someone criticizing his wife. even if that person happened to be her own mother. For Lottie's sake, however, he concentrated on keeping his mouth shut. Clasping his hands behind his back, he focused on the indistinct design of the ancient carpet. "I regret causing you so much pain and worry, Mama," Lottie said. "I am also sorry for the 2 years of silence that have passed between us." Finally, Mrs. Howard displayed some sign of emotion, her voice edged with anger. "That was your fault, not ours." "Of course," her daughter acknowledged humbly. "I would not presume to ask you to forgive me, but—" "What's done is done," Nick interrupted, unable to tolerate Lottie's chastened tone. He would be darned if he stood by while she was brought to her knees in contrition. He placed a hand at Lottie's neatly corseted waist in a protective gesture. His cool, steady gaze caught Mrs. Howard's. "There is nothing to be gained by talking about the past. We've come to discuss the future. You have no involvement in our future, Mr. Gentry." The woman's blue eyes were icy with contempt. "I blame you for our situation fully as much as my daughter. I never would have talked with you, answered your questions, if I had known that your ultimate design was to take her for yourself. It was not my plan." Nick let his fingers rest in the curve of Lottie's waist, remembering the softness beneath the confining stays. "I had no idea that I would want to marry Lottie until I met her, but it was obvious then, as it is now, that Lottie will be better served by a marriage to me than to Radnor." "You are very much mistaken," Mrs. Howard snapped. "Arrogant troublemaker! How dare you compare yourself to a peer of the realm?" Feeling Lottie stiffen at his side, Nick squeezed her subtly in a silent message, not to correct her mother on that point. He was darned if he would use his own title to compare himself in any way with Radnor. "Lord Radnor is a man of great wealth and refinement," Mrs. Howard continued. "He is highly educated and honourable in every regard. And if it weren't for my daughter's selfishness and your interference, Charlotte would now be his wife." "You've omitted a few points," Nick said, "including the fact that Radnor is 30 years older than Lottie and happens to be as eccentric as they come." The colour on Mrs. Howard's face condensed into 2 bright patches high on her cheeks. "He is not eccentric." For Lottie's sake, Nick struggled to control his sudden fury. He imagined her as a small, defenceless child, being left alone in a room with someone like Radnor, and this woman had allowed it. He vowed silently that Lottie would never again go unprotected. He gave Mrs. Howard a hard stare. "Howard," he said calmly, "I understand your position. However, Lottie is my wife now, and her well-being is my priority. Surely there's a way to resolve this without further conflict." Mrs. Howard's expression remained cold. "Mr. Gentry, you may have charmed my daughter, but you will not sway me. Our family's honour is at stake." Lottie stepped forward, her voice steady but pleading. "Mama, please. Lord Radnor's influence over our family has gone too far. His demands are unreasonable, and his behaviour is far from noble. I couldn't stay. I had to leave for my own sake." Her mother's lips tightened. "You speak of duty as if it were a burden, Charlotte. A true lady understands sacrifice." Nick resisted the urge to argue further. Instead, he chose his words carefully. "Mrs. Howard, I respect your devotion to family, but consider this. Would you truly wish Lottie to live under such control? No one should have to endure that, noble blood or not." For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then Mrs. Howard turned away, her posture rigid. "This conversation is over. You may stay the night, but tomorrow you will leave, and Charlotte, do not expect to be welcomed back." Lottie's eyes glistened, but she nodded. "I understand, Mama." Ellie, who had lingered just outside the door, peeked in with wide, anxious eyes. "Lottie," she whispered. Lottie managed a small smile. "It's all right, Ellie. We'll find a way." Nick placed a reassuring hand on Lottie's shoulder. "We will," he agreed quietly. "And someday your family will see that too." Mrs. Howard said nothing, her back still turned. The tension in the room was palpable, but Nick knew when to retreat. With a gentle nudge, he guided Lottie toward the door. "Come," he murmured. "Let's rest for now." As they left the parlour, Ellie hurried after them, slipping her hand into Lottie's. "I'll always be on your side," she promised fiercely. Lottie squeezed her sister's hand, grateful for the unwavering support. "I know, Ellie, and that means more than you can imagine." Nick watched the sisters, his resolve strengthening. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would ensure Lottie's happiness, no matter the cost. "Howard, I understand that I am not your first choice as a husband for Lottie." He gave her the rye. charming smile that worked well with most women. The devil knows that I wouldn't be anyone's preference. But as things stand, I will prove a far more generous benefactor than Radnor. He glanced deliberately at their dilapidated surroundings and returned his gaze to hers. There is no reason you shouldn't make improvements to the house and refurbish it to your satisfaction. I will also pay for the children's education and see to it that Ellie has a proper coming out. If you like, you can travel abroad and spend the summer months at the coast. Tell me whatever you want and you shall have it. The woman's expression was frankly disbelieving. And why would you do all that? For my wife's pleasure, he replied without hesitation. Lottie turned to him with a round-eyed gaze of wonder. Casually he adjusted the collar of her bodice, thinking that it was a small price to pay for what she gave him. Unfortunately, the gesture seemed to harden Mrs. Howard against him. We want nothing from you, Mr. Gentry. I understand that you're in debt to Radnor. Nick persisted, feeling there was no way to address the issue other than with bluntness. I will take care of that. I've already offered to repay him for Lottie's years at school, and I will assume your other financial obligations as well. You can't afford to keep such promises, Mrs. Howard said. And even if you could, the answer would still be no. I bid you take your leave, Mr. Gentry, as I will not discuss the matter any more. Nick gave her a searching stare, detecting desperation, uneasiness, guilt. His every instinct warned him that she was hiding something. I will call on you again, he said gently, when Mr. Howard is at home. His answer will be no different than mine. Nick did not indicate that he had heard the refusal. Good day, Mrs. Howard. We take our leave with every wish for your health and happiness. Lottie's fingers clenched tightly through Nick's coat sleeve as she fought to master her emotions. Goodbye, Mama, she said huskily and walked out with him. Nick handed her carefully into the carriage and glanced back at the empty garden plot. All the windows of the house were vacant, except for one on the upper floor, where Ellie's round face appeared. She waved forlornly and rested her chin on her hands as the carriage door closed. The vehicle pulled away with a jolt before the horses settled into their rhythm. Lottie leaned her head back against the velvet upholstery, her eyes closed, her mouth trembling. The shimmer of unshed tears appeared beneath her rich gold lashes. Foolishly, I'd hoped for a warmer reception, she said, trying for an ironic tone and failing completely as a half-sob escaped her throat. Nick sat there unnerved and helpless, his body tensing all over. The sight of his wife crying filled him with alarm. To his relief, she managed to gain control over her emotions, pressing the heels of her gloved hands to her eyes. They couldn't afford to turn down my offer, Nick said, unless they were still receiving money from Radnor. Lottie shook her head in confusion. But it makes no sense that he would continue to support my family now that I've married you. Do they have any other source of income? I can't think of one. Perhaps my uncle may be able to give them a little. Not enough to keep them indefinitely, however. Considering various possibilities, Nick leaned back into the corner of his seat, his gaze fixed on the scenery that jostled past the window. Nick, did you really tell Lord Radnor that you would repay my school tuition for all those years? Yes. Strangely, Lottie did not ask why, only occupied herself with arranging her skirts and tugging her sleeves down to cover her wrists. Removing her gloves, she folded them and set them beside her on the carriage seat. Nick watched her through half-closed eyes. When she could find nothing left to adjust or straighten, she brought herself to look at him. What now? She asked, as if preparing for a new round of difficulties. Nick considered the question, feeling a tug in the center of his chest as he saw the resolution in her expression. She had endured the past few days with an equanimity that was extraordinary for a girl her age. No doubt any other young woman would have been reduced to a sobbing heap by now. He wanted to remove the strained look from her eyes and for once see her carefree and relaxed. Well, Mrs. Gentry, he said, moving to the space beside her. For the next day or two, I propose that we have some fun. Fun, she repeated, as if the word were unfamiliar. Forgive me, but my capacity for enjoyment is rather diminished at present. Nick smiled and settled his hand lightly on her thigh. You're in the most exciting city in the world, he murmured, in the company of a charming young husband and his unexpected gains. He kissed her ear, making her shiver. Believe me, Lottie, there is a great deal of fun to be had. Lottie would not have thought that anything could shake her from her despondency after the cold reception from her mother. However, Nick engaged her so thoroughly during the next few days that she found it difficult to think about anything but him. That night Nick took her to a theatrical tavern where music and comical acts were staged to draw in customers. Located in Covent Garden, the Vestris, named after a once popular Italian opera dancer, was a meeting ground for theatrical folk, slumming nobles, and all manner of colourful characters. The place was dirty and reeking of wine and smoke, the floor so sticky that Lottie was in danger of walking right out of her shoes. She crossed the threshold with reluctance, as young women of quality were never seen in such places unless in the company of their husbands. And even then it was highly questionable. Nick was immediately hailed by the occupants of the tavern, many of them appearing to be rather rough around the edges. After a brief interval of backslapping and an exchange of friendly banter, Nick took Lottie to a table. They were served a dinner of beefsteak and potatoes, a bottle of port, and 2 mugs of something called heavy wet. Although Lottie had never eaten in public before and felt absurdly self-conscious, she gamely attacked a beefsteak that could easily have served a family of 4. "What is this?" she asked, gingerly taking her mug and peering into the foaming brown depths. "Ale," Nick replied, resting his arm along the back of her chair. "Try some." Obediently, she took a sip of the thick grain, flavoured beverage, and her entire face wrinkled in distaste. Laughing at her expression, Nick told a nearby barmaid to fetch her some gin punch. More patrons crowded into the building. Mugs were clanked heavily on the battered wooden tables, and barmaids moved busily among the crowd with large pitchers. At the front of the tavern, a comic musical ditty was being performed by a slender woman wearing men's clothing, and a portly gentleman with a luxuriant moustache who was dressed as a country maid, with a huge false bosom that swayed from side to side as he moved. As the lad chased the maid around the tavern, singing a soulful love song that praised her beauty, the place erupted in bellows of laughter. The sheer silliness of the performance was impossible to resist. Tucked against her husband's side, with a cup of astringent gin punch in her hands, Lottie tried without success to stifle a fit of giggles. More performances followed, humorous songs and dances, comic verse, even a display of acrobatic tumbling and juggling. The hour grew late. The corners of the tavern became shadowy, and in the relaxed atmosphere, more than a few couples began to indulge in some affectionate gestures. Lottie knew that she should have been shocked, but the gin punch had made her sleepy and thick-headed. She discovered that she was sitting on Nick's lap, her legs tucked between his, and that the only reason she was able to sit upright was the fact that his arms were around her. "Oh dear," she said, staring into her nearly empty cup. "Did I drink all of that?" Nick took the cup from her and set it on the table. "I'm afraid so. Only you could undo my years of training at Maidstone's in one evening," she said, making him grin. His gaze lowered to her mouth, and he traced the edge of her jaw with his fingertip. "Are you completely corrupted now?" "No, then let's go home, and I'll finish the job." Feeling unsteady and very warm, Lottie giggled as he guided her through the tavern. "The floor is uneven," she told him, leaning hard against his side. "It's not the floor, sweetheart, it's your feet." Pondering that, Lottie glanced from his amused face to her own feet. They do feel as if they've been put on the wrong legs. Nick shook his head, his blue eyes gleaming with laughter. "You have no tolerance for gin, do you? Here, let me carry you." "No, I don't wish to be a spectacle," she protested as he lifted her against his chest and carried her out to the street. Catching sight of them, a waiting footman hurried to the end of the street, where their carriage waited in a long row. "You'll be more of a spectacle if you fall on your face," Nick replied. "I'm not that far gone," Lottie protested. However, his arms were so solid and his shoulder so inviting that she snuggled against him with a sigh. The slightly musky scent of his skin mingled with the crisp smell of starch from his necktie, a blend so alluring that she inched closer to inhale deeply. Nick stopped by the side of the street, his head turned, his shaven cheek brushing hers and making her skin tingle. "What are you doing?" "Your smell," she said dreamily. "It's wonderful. I noticed it the first time we met, when you nearly knocked me off the wall." A laugh stirred in his throat. "I saved you from falling, you mean?" Intrigued by the scratchy texture of his skin, Lottie pressed her lips beneath his jaw. She felt him swallow hard, the movement rippling against her mouth. It was the first time she had ever made an advance to him, and the small gesture was surprisingly effective. He stood there holding her tightly, his chest rising and falling in increasingly laboured breaths. Intrigued by the notion that she could affect him so easily, Lottie tugged at the knot of his necktie and kissed the side of his throat. "Lottie!" She drew the tip of her fingernail over the hair, roughened skin, scraping delicately. "Lottie!" he tried again. Whatever he had intended to say was forgotten as she kissed his ear and took the lobe between her teeth in a soft bite. The carriage stopped before them, and the footman busied himself with setting out the removable step, schooling his features into a blank mask. Nick helped Lottie inside the carriage and climbed in after her. As soon as the door closed, he pulled her close, his embrace warm and protective. She reached up to play with his hair, tangling her fingers in the thick sable locks. His touch was gentle yet firm as he held her, their closeness speaking volumes without words. The carriage ride home was filled with quiet affection, their bond stronger than ever. Lottie sat close to him, feeling the warmth between them as they shared a quiet moment. The motion of the carriage brought them even closer, and she rested her head against his shoulder. "We don't have long," she murmured. "The tavern is very close to home." Nick sighed, tightening his arm around her. "Next time, I'll have the driver take us around the whole of London twice." His voice was low, filled with affection. As they held each other, Lottie realized how deeply she cherished these moments. It wasn't just the closeness. It was the unspoken bond between them, something far deeper than she had ever expected. London was a world apart from the quiet countryside of Hampshire. The city buzzed with energy, a mix of elegance and grit, where grand avenues hid narrow, shadowed lanes. Everywhere Lottie looked, there were new sights, luxurious shops, bustling markets, and gardens filled with life. Nick seemed determined to show her every delight the city had to offer. He took her to a confectioner's shop in Berkeley Square, where they shared a sweet chestnut ice topped with candied cherries. Later on Bond Street, he insisted on buying her delicate perfumes, silk stockings, and other fine things. Lottie tried to protest as he added more and more to their growing collection of packages. "This is too much," she insisted when he picked up a pair of elegant pink shoes. "There's no need for such extravagance." But Nick only smiled, undeterred. "Yes, there is," he said, guiding her toward their waiting carriage, now filled with parcels. She frowned, puzzled. Surely he didn't think she needed gifts to be happy with him. She had already given him her heart. As they rode home, she wondered what drove his generosity. Was it simply his way of caring, or something more? Life with Nick Gentry was turning out to be quite puzzling, consisting of moments of searing closeness interspersed with small reminders that they were still complete strangers in most regards. She did not understand why Nick left her bed every night after their intimate moments, never allowing himself to drift to sleep beside her. After everything else they had shared, that seemed harmless enough. But he refused her awkward invitations to stay, stating that he preferred to sleep alone, and they would both be more comfortable that way. Lottie quickly discovered that certain subjects set off Nick's temper, like a flame held to gunpowder. She learned never to question him about any part of his boyhood, and that any reference to the days before he took the name of Nick Gentry would earn his certain wrath. When he became angry, he did not shout or throw things, but instead was coldly quiet and left the house, and did not return until long after she had gone to bed. She learned also that Nick never allowed himself to be vulnerable in any way. He preferred to stay in complete control of himself and his environment. He considered it unmanly for someone not to be able to hold his liquor. She had yet to see him drink to excess. Even sleep seemed to be a luxury he did not like to indulge in too often, as if he could not afford to relax into unguarded slumber. In fact, according to Sophia, Nick had never even allowed physical injuries to hamper him. He stubbornly refused to yield to pain or weakness. Why? Lottie had asked Sophia in genuine bewilderment, as they went for dress fittings and waited for the gowns to be brought out. What does he fear that he cannot allow himself to be unprotected for one moment? For a moment, Nick's older sister had stared at her with an obvious longing to reply. Her deep blue eyes were filled with sadness. "I hope that someday he will confide in you," she said softly. "It is a great burden to bear alone. I am certain that he fears your reaction once you are told." "Told what?" Lottie persisted, but to her frustration, Sophia would not answer. Some great fearful secret. Lottie could not fathom what it might be. She could only suppose that he had defeated someone, perhaps in a fury. That was the worst thing she could think of. She knew that he had committed misdeeds in his past, that he had done things that would probably horrify her. He was so guarded and self-possessed that it seemed she would never come to know him fully. In other ways, however, Nick was an unexpectedly tender and generous husband. He coaxed her to tell him all the rules that had been drilled into her at school, and then he proceeded to make her break every single one of them. There were nights when he launched a gentle assault on her modesty, undressing her in the lamplight and making her watch as he kissed her from head to toe, and others when he showed his affection in ways that thrilled her beyond bearing. He could stir her with a single glance, a brief caress, a soft word whispered in her ear. It seemed to Lottie that entire days passed in a haze of longing, her awareness of him simmering beneath everything they did. After the crates of books she had ordered arrived, she read to Nick in the evenings, as she sat in bed and he lounged beside her. Sometimes while he listened, Nick would pull her legs into his lap and massage her feet, running his thumbs along her in step and playing gently with her toes. Whenever Lottie paused in her reading, she always found his gaze fastened securely on her. He never seemed to tire of staring at her, as if he were trying to uncover some mystery that was hidden in her eyes. One evening he taught her to play cards, claiming affectionate liberties as forfeits each time she lost. They ended up on the carpeted floor in a tangle of limbs and clothing, while Lottie breathlessly accused him of cheating. He only grinned in reply, playfully teasing her until the issue was entirely forgotten. Nick was an exciting companion, a fascinating storyteller, a superb dancer, and a charming partner. He was playful but not at all boyish, never quite losing the seasoned look that proclaimed he had seen and done enough to last several lifetimes. He escorted Lottie around London with an energy that far eclipsed her own, seeming to know and be known by practically everyone. More than once at a subscription dance, a private party, or even walking through the park, Lottie could not help but be aware of the attention he attracted. Nick was regarded as either a hero or a rogue, depending on one's view, and everyone wanted to be seen with him regardless. Innumerable men came to shake his hand and seek his opinions on various matters. Women, on the other hand, fluttered and laughed and flirted playfully with him, even in Lottie's presence. Lottie witnessed such overtures with surprised disgruntlement, realizing that she felt very much like a jealous wife. At the invitation of some friends, Nick and Lottie attended a play at Drury Lane that staged naval battles using complicated machinery and light displays to thrilling effect. Actors dressed like sailors hurled themselves from the sides of the ship. In perfect conjunction with the bursts of cannon fire, their shirts marked with red paint to resemble injury. The results were so realistic that Lottie clapped her hands over her ears and hid her face against Nick's chest, disregarding his laughing efforts to make her watch the action. Perhaps it was the intensity of the display, or the after-effects of the wine she had drunk with supper, but Lottie felt uneasy as they left their box seats at the first intermission. Theatre-goers mingled in the hall downstairs, partaking of refreshments and chattering excitedly about the dramatic onstage battles they had just witnessed. As the atmosphere in the crowded room became stifling, Nick left Lottie in the company of friends as he went to fetch her a glass of lemonade. Lottie forced a smile to her lips as she listened to the conversation around her, hoping that he would return soon. How quickly she had become accustomed to Nick's reassuring presence beside her, she thought. It was ironic. After so many years of being told that she belonged to Lord Radnor, she had never been able to accept it, and yet it felt entirely natural to belong to a virtual stranger. She remembered Lord Westcliffe's warning about Nick Gentry. "He is not to be trusted," Westcliff had said. But the Earl had been wrong. Regardless of Nick's shadowy past, he had been kind and considerate with her, and more than worthy of her trust. As Lottie cast a glance around the assemblage, hoping to catch sight of him, her attention was caught by a figure standing several yards away from her. Radnor, she thought, while a shower of icy needles seemed to rain down on her. Every muscle locked. She was frozen with the same fear she had felt during 2 years of being pursued. His face was partially averted from her horrified gaze, but she saw his iron-grey hair, the haughty tilt of his head, the sharp lines of his brows. And then he turned in her direction, as if he sensed her presence in the crowded hall. Immediately her silent terror turned to bewilderment. No, it was not Radnor, only a man who resembled him. The gentleman nodded and smiled to her, as strangers sometimes did when their gazes happened to meet. He turned back to his companions, while Lottie looked down at her clenched hands in their pale pink gloves and tried to calm the frantic beating of her heart. The aftereffects of the shock hit her. A touch of nausea, a dousing of cold sweat, a trembling that refused to fade. How ridiculous you are, she told herself, frustrated by the fact that the mere glance of a man who looked like Radnor could have elicited such an overreaction. Mrs. Gentry, came a nearby voice. It was Mrs. Howsham, a pleasant and soft-spoken woman whom Lottie had only recently met. Are you feeling unwell, dear? You look rather unwell. She glanced at Mrs. Howsham's face. It's rather stifling in here, she whispered. And I think I've laced a bit too tightly this evening. Yes, the woman said with knowing sympathy, familiar with the discomfort corset strings often caused. The trials of fashion we must endure. To Lottie's relief, Nick appeared at her side, a glass of lemonade in hand. Sensing her distress, he slipped a supportive arm behind her. What's wrong? He asked, studying her pale face intently. Mrs. Howsham answered for her. Do, tight-lacing, Mr. Gentry. I suggest you take her somewhere quieter. A bit of fresh air usually helps. Keeping his arm around Lottie, Nick guided her through the hall. The night air made her shiver as her damp garments clung to her. Gently, he led her behind a massive column, shielding her from the light and noise inside. It was nothing, Lottie admitted sheepishly. Really. I feel foolish making a fuss over nothing. She took the lemonade from him and drank deeply, finishing it in one go. Nick set the empty glass aside and turned back to her, his expression serious. He pulled a handkerchief from his coat and dabbed the sweat from her cheeks and forehead. Tell me what happened, he said softly. Lottie flushed. I thought I saw Lord Radnor inside. But it was just someone who resembled him. She sighed. Now I've shown myself to be a complete coward. I'm sorry. Radnor rarely appears in public, Nick murmured. It's unlikely you'd see him at an event like this. I know, she said ruefully. I didn't stop to think about that. You're not a coward. His dark blue eyes held concern, and something deeper, harder to define. I panicked like a child afraid of the dark. His fingers lifted her chin, making her meet his gaze. You might see Radnor someday, he said quietly. But I'll be with you if that happens, Lottie. You don't have to fear him any more. I'll protect you. His tender seriousness filled her with awe. Thank you, she replied, finally breathing freely again. Nick frowned slightly as he studied her pale face, as if her distress pained him. Unable to resist, he pulled her into his arms, holding her close. The embrace wasn't romantic, yet it felt more intimate than anything they'd shared before. His arms were strong, steadying her as his warm breath brushed her neck. Should I take you home? He whispered. Lottie nodded slowly, overwhelmed by a comfort she'd never known. A home, a husband. Things she'd never dared hope for. Surely it couldn't last. Someday it might slip away. But until then, she would treasure every moment. Yes, she murmured against his coat. Let's go home. Later, Lottie stirred from deep sleep, hearing strange noises in the house. Blinking in the pitch-black bedroom, she sat up slowly. Had she dreamed it? Then it came again. A growl, a muffled voice, like an argument. Remembering Nick sometimes suffered from bad dreams, she hurried from bed. Lighting a lamp, she carried it down the hall, shadows retreating as she reached his closed door. She knocked softly. No answer. After a moment, she heard a sudden rustling from within. Lottie turned the knob and entered the bedroom. He was stretched out on the bed, lying on his stomach with the sheet twisted at his hips. Breathing rapidly, he clenched his fists and muttered incoherently, his dark face gleaming with sweat. Staring at him in puzzled concern, Lottie wondered what unseen troubles could cause his long body to twitch with what was either suppressed anger or fear or both. She set the lamp on the bedside table and approached him. Nick, wake up. It's only a dream. Reaching out to him, she laid a gentle hand on the strong curve of his shoulder. Nick. Suddenly, she was caught in an unexpected burst of movement. A startled cry escaped her as she was seized and flung halfway across the bed. Nick was on her in an instant, straddling her with his powerful thighs. Hearing a fierce growl, Lottie looked up into the harsh, shadowed mask of his face and saw one huge hand draw back in a fist. No, she gasped, shielding her face with her arms. The strike never came. All went still. Trembling, Lottie lowered her arms and looked up to see Nick's face change, the nightmarish mask dropping, sanity and awareness creeping back into his expression. He lowered his fist and stared at it blankly. Then his gaze fell to Lottie's slim form, and the fury and terror in his eyes made her cringe. I could have defeated you, he snarled, his white teeth gleaming. What are you doing here? Don't ever touch me while I'm sleeping, blast you! I didn't know. What in heaven's name were you dreaming about? He rolled away from her in a swift movement and left the bed, panting. Nothing. Nothing at all. I thought you needed something. All I need is for you to stay away from me. He snapped. Finding his discarded clothes on a chair, he jerked his trousers on. Lottie felt as if she had been struck. She hated it that his words had the power to hurt her. Even more than that, she was anguished for him, wishing he did not have to bear such torment alone. Get out of here, he said, pulling his shirt and coat on, not bothering with a waistcoat or necktie. Are you leaving? Lottie asked. There is no need. I will go back to bed. And? Yes, I'm leaving. Where are you going? I don't know. He didn't spare her a glance as he picked up his stockings and shoes. And don't ask when I'll return. I don't know that, either. But why? Lottie took a halting step toward him. Nick, please stay and tell me. He shot her a warning glance, his eyes bright with the intensity of a wounded animal. I told you to get out. Feeling the colour drain from her face, Lottie nodded and went to the door. Pausing at the threshold, she spoke without a backward glance. I'm sorry. He made no reply. Lottie bit the insides of her lips, scolding herself as she felt the sting of tears at the corners of her eyes. She left swiftly, retreating to her room with the shreds of her dignity. Nick did not return all the next day. Anxious and bewildered, Lottie tried to find ways to occupy herself. However, no distraction proved sufficient to stop her from worrying. She took a long walk with a footman in tow, attended to needlework, read, and helped Mrs. Trench make tallow candles. The housekeeper and servants were quietly deferential to Lottie. Predictably, not one word was mentioned about the previous night, although they were all certainly aware that some disturbance had taken place. Servants knew everything, but none of them would ever admit to knowledge of the private details of their master's life, wondering where her husband had gone. Lottie feared that perhaps he had done something reckless. She consoled herself that he was quite good at taking care of himself, but that did not ease her distress. He had been so very upset, and she suspected that his anger had stemmed from the fear that he might have hurt her. However, she was his wife, and she deserved better than to be abandoned with no explanation. The day was relentlessly long, and Lottie was relieved when evening finally approached. After dining alone, she took a long bath, donned a fresh white nightgown, and read from a stack of periodicals until she finally felt able to sleep. Exhausted by the endless circling of her thoughts and the tedium of the past hours, she sank into deep slumber. Long before morning, she was roused from the thick mist of sleep by the realization that the weight of the blankets had been drawn from her. Stirring, she became aware of a solid presence behind her, the mattress dipping slightly. Nick, she thought in drowsy relief, yawning as she turned toward him. The room was so dark that she could not quite distinguish him. The familiar warmth of his hands pressed her back to the bed, one large palm resting gently on the center of her chest, and then he drew her wrists over her head. Lottie murmured in surprise, awakening fully as she felt him loop something around each wrist. Before she realized what was happening, the bonds were secured to the headboard, stretching her beneath him. Her breath stopped in amazement. Nick moved over her, his breath coming in rough surges. He touched her body over the cotton veil of her gown, his fingers tracing the curve of her waist, the swell of her hip and thigh. His weight shifted, and his mouth sought her, the warmth of his skin surrounding her. Dazedly, Lottie realized that he wanted her like this, with her hands fastened above her. The idea made her uncertain. She did not like being restrained. But at the same time, she understood what he sought her trust, the knowledge that she was entirely his. His touch was deliberate, his caresses slow, his breathing betraying his excitement. He made a space between her thighs, his hands guiding her. Lottie strained toward him, her fingers flexing helplessly, her body responding to his every movement. He teased her with gentle touches, then returned to her, his kisses lingering through the fabric, until she thought she might lose her senses. Every inch of her skin burned with sensitivity. Nick, she whispered urgently, please. He quieted her with a tender touch, his fingers brushing her lips before trailing down her cheek. Then, with careful hands, he lifted the hem of her gown, and she sighed in relief. The cool air met her skin as the fabric slid upward, catching slightly at her chest. His hand travelled over her stomach, his touch feather, light as he traced the delicate curves of her body. Her breath hitched as his fingers explored, her body trembling with anticipation. She arched toward him, her pulse racing, lost in the moment between them. The tip of his middle finger traced the sensitive edge of her upper lip. His touch was gentle, leaving a faint warmth wherever he lingered. Suddenly she became aware of her own breath, filling her lungs with every quiet inhale. Slowly Nick turned her to her side, his hand running over her arms to check their tension. His body settled behind hers, his lips brushing the back of her neck. Lottie leaned back slightly, her posture relaxed yet close to him. She wanted to reach for him, to twist around and feel the warmth of his chest, but her position made movement difficult, leaving her to simply wait for his next move. He adjusted slightly, his touch light as he guided her. She felt his closeness, the quiet understanding between them. His hand wandered with gentle purpose, a soft touch here, a reassuring stroke there. Lottie sighed, her body responding to his careful attention. His presence was steady, his movements deliberate, wrapping her in warmth. She breathed deeply, her pulse steadying as she relaxed into the moment. The quiet between them stretched, comfortable and unbroken. Eventually, he shifted, his touch lingering before he finally pulled away. As Nick left her side, Lottie bit her lip to keep from asking him to stay, knowing he would only decline as always. The door closed, leaving her alone. Though her body was at ease, a quiet ache settled in her chest, not for herself but for him, and beneath it all, a tenderness for a man she barely knew, one who seemed to need kindness more than he would ever admit. The following morning, a parcel arrived from Sir Ross, containing a sheaf of documents bearing elaborate seals, and an invitation to a ball to be held in 1 week's time. As Lottie entered the dining room, she saw Nick sitting alone at the table, a half-finished breakfast plate before him. His gaze lifted from the thick sheet of parchment in his hand, his eyes darkening as he saw her. He rose to his feet, staring at her without blinking. Lottie felt warmth rise to her cheeks. On mornings after particularly intense evenings, Nick usually teased her or offered a light-hearted remark to ease any tension. Today, however, his expression was serious, his eyes distant. Something unspoken hung between them, leaving the air thick with unasked questions. Something had changed between them. The ease of their former interactions was gone. Awkwardly, she gestured to the paper in his hand. It has arrived. There was no need to clarify what was. Nick nodded briefly, his gaze returning to the summons. Striving to maintain an appearance of normalcy, Lottie went to the sideboard and served herself from the covered dishes. Nick helped her into the chair beside him and resumed his seat. He regarded the remains of his breakfast with unusual concentration while a maid came to set a cup of steaming tea before Lottie. They were both silent until the maid left the room. "The ball will be given next Saturday," Nick said brusquely, not looking at her. "Will you have an appropriate gown by then?" "Yes. I've already been fitted for a ball gown, and there were only a few minor alterations to be made." "Good. Are you angry?" Lottie asked. He picked up his knife and regarded it moodily, scraping the tip of the blade against the calloused pad of his thumb. "I'm beginning to feel oddly resigned to the situation. Now the news is leaking from the offices of the Crown and the Lord Chancellor. It's all been set in motion, and there is nothing anyone could do to stop it now. Sir Ross will introduce us at the ball as Lord and Lady Sydney, and from then on, Nick Gentry will be gone." Lottie stared at him intently, struck by his odd phrasing. "You mean the name will no longer be used," she said. "You, as Lord Sydney, will be very much alive. Shall I begin to call you John in private?" A scowl pulled at his features, and he set the knife down. "No, I'll be Sydney to the rest of the world, but in my own home I'll answer to the name that I choose." "Very well, Nick." Lottie stirred a generous lump of sugar into her tea and sipped the hot, sweet liquid. "The name has served you well for many years, hasn't it? I dare say you've given it far more renown than the original Gentry ever would have." Her idle remark earned a peculiar glance from him, somehow rebuking and beseeching at the same time. A sudden realization flashed through her mind. The real Nick Gentry, the boy who had passed away aboard the prison hulk, was at the heart of the secret that tormented her husband. Lottie stared absently into her tea, striving to keep her tone casual as she asked, "What was he like?" "You haven't yet told me. He was an orphan whose mother was imprisoned for theft. He lived in the streets for most of his life, starting as a pudding shammer and eventually acquiring his own gang of 10. Pudding. Shammer," Lottie repeated, puzzled, "stealing food to survive." That's the lowest of the low except for beggars. But Gentry learned fast, and he became a skilled thief. Finally he was caught robbing a house, and he was sentenced to the prison hulk. And then you became friends, Lottie prompted. Nick's expression became distant as long, buried memories recalled him to the past. He was strong, shrewd with sharp instincts from living so long in the streets. He told me things I needed to know to stay alive in the hulk. Protected me sometimes. Protected you from what? Lottie whispered. The guards. Nick jerked out of his trance, blinking the remoteness from his eyes. He glanced down at his hand, which was gripping the knife handle too tightly. Carefully he set the gleaming object on the table and pushed his chair back. I'm going out for a while, he said, his voice stripped of all nuance. I expect I will see you at dinner this evening. Lottie responded in the same carefully neutral tone. Very well. Have a pleasant day. During the week that ensued, the days and nights were dizzying in their contrast. Lottie's daytime hours were occupied with errands and small practical matters. She was never quite certain when she would see Nick, for he came and went at will. At supper they would discuss meetings that he'd had with investment partners and bankers, or his occasional visits to Bow Street, as Sir Grant occasionally consulted with him on matters pertaining to past cases. In the daytime, Lottie's interactions with Nick were cordial, the conversation pleasant and yet slightly impersonal. The nights, however, were a far different story. Nick showed his affection with an almost desperate intensity, leaving no part of her untouched in his devotion. At times their closeness was urgent and passionate, while other times it was tender and slow, with both of them reluctant to let the moment end. There were also unexpected moments of humour, as Nick teased her and coaxed her into playful moments that left her laughing. No matter what joy the nights held, however, each day brought them closer to the time when Sir Ross would make the announcement that would change the course of their lives. Lottie knew that her husband dreaded the ball, and that the months afterward would be quite difficult as he tried to adjust to his new circumstances. She was certain, however, that she could be of some help to him. When she had entered into the marriage, she had never suspected that he might need her in any way, nor had she thought that she would take any satisfaction in helping him. And yet she felt very much like a helpmate, a partner, and sometimes, for just a moment or two, a wife. As the night of the ball finally arrived, Lottie was thankful that she'd accepted Sophia's advice at the dressmaker's. Sophia had helped her choose styles that were youthful but ladylike, in soft colours that flattered her immensely. The gown Lottie had decided to wear tonight was a pale blue satin overlaid with white tulle, with a daring scoop neckline that bared the tops of her shoulders. Lottie stood in the centre of the bedroom, while Mrs. Trench and Harriet pulled the billowing gown over her head and helped guide her arms through the puffed sleeves of stiffened satin. It was a gown as beautiful, no, more beautiful, than any she had seen during the parties in Hampshire. Thinking of the ball she was about to attend, and Nick's reaction when he saw her, Lottie was nearly giddy with excitement. Her light-headedness was no doubt encouraged by the fact that her corset was laced with unusual tightness, to enable Mrs. Trench to fasten the close-fitting gown. Wincing in the confinement of stays and laces, Lottie stared into the looking-glass as the two women adjusted the ball gown. The transparent white tulle overslip was embroidered with sprays of white silk roses. White satin shoes, long kid gloves, and an embroidered girl's scarf were the final touches, making Lottie feel like a princess. The only flaw was her stick, straight hair, which refused to hold a curl no matter how hot the tongs were. After several fruitless attempts to create a pinned-up mass of ringlets, Lottie opted for a simple braided coil atop her head, encircled with fluffy white roses. When Harriet and Mrs. Trench stood back to view the final results of their labours, Lottie laughed and did a quick turn, making the blue skirts whirl beneath the floating white tulle. "You look beautiful, my lady," Mrs. Trench commented with obvious pleasure. Pausing in mid-whirl, Lottie stared at her with a wondering smile. As Nick had not brought himself to make any kind of announcement to the servants about reclaiming his family name and title, it had been left to Lottie to tell them about their master's noble origins. After their initial amazement had faded, the servants had seemed more than a little pleased by the turn of events. If they were to become servants of a peer's household, their own status in the world would be greatly enhanced. "Thank you, Mrs. Trench," Lottie replied. "As always, you have been invaluable this evening. We couldn't manage without you, especially in the days to come." Yes, my lady. The housekeeper wore an expression of frank anticipation. As they had previously discussed, a brand new household would have to be established in Worcestershire, with at least 30 servants to start with. Mrs. Trench would be largely responsible for selecting and hiring the new staff. Lottie left the room, her gown swishing and rustling as she moved. As she descended the grand staircase, she saw Nick waiting in the entrance hall, his body as tense as that of a panther about to strike. His broad, shouldered form was dressed to perfection in the formal scheme of a dark coat, silver waistcoat, and a charcoal silk necktie. With his dark brown hair neatly brushed and his face gleaming from a close shave, he was both strong and elegant. His head turned toward her, and suddenly his narrow-eyed impatience was replaced by an arrested expression. Lottie felt a rush of elation at the look in his eyes. She deliberately took her time about reaching him. "Do I look like a viscountess?" she asked. His lips quirked wryly. "No viscountess I've ever seen looks like you, Lottie," she smiled. "Is that a compliment?" "Oh, yes. In fact..." Nick took her gloved hand and assisted her down the last step. He held her gaze intently, his fingers tightening around hers, and he answered her light question with a gravity that stunned her. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world," he said softly. "The world," she repeated with a laugh. "When I say you're beautiful," he murmured, "I refuse to qualify the statement in any way." She laughed at his boldness. "I am afraid that you will have to reconcile yourself to the fact that I'm going to remain fully dressed tonight." "Until after the ball," he countered. He tugged at the fingertips of her left glove, loosening them one by one. "What are you doing?" Lottie asked, suddenly breathless. His blue eyes teased her. "Removing your glove. For what purpose?" "To admire your hand." Drawing the glove completely away, he draped it over the nearby banister of the stairs and lifted her tapered fingers to his mouth. Lottie watched as he kissed them each in turn, his lips warm on her skin. By the time he finished with a soft kiss in the center of her palm, her entire arm was tingling. Lowering her hand, Nick regarded it thoughtfully. "It lacks something." Reaching into his pocket, he murmured, "Close your eyes." Lottie obeyed with a slight smile. She felt something cool and heavy slide over her fourth finger, fitting snugly at the base. Realizing what it was, she opened her eyes and caught her breath. The ring was a huge, dome-shaped sapphire, a blue that nearly approached the dark, sparkling depth of her husband's eyes. The gem was set in gold, with a ring of smaller diamonds surrounding it. What made the sapphire so remarkable, however, was the star that danced on the silky surface of the gem, appearing to slide across it with the light. Awestruck, Lottie looked up into Nick's dark face. "Does it please you?" he asked. Words eluded her. She tightened her fingers on his, her mouth opening and closing before she could manage to speak. "I've never seen anything so lovely. I didn't expect anything like this." "Oh, how generous of you!" Impulsively she threw her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. Nick's arms closed around her. She felt his warm breath on the side of her neck, while his hand drew gently over her lace, covered back. "Don't you know that I would give you anything you wanted?" he said, softly. "Anything at all?" Afraid to let him see her expression, Lottie remained close against him, her face averted. He had spoken without thinking. Either that, or the words could not possibly reveal what she thought they did. Nick stiffened, as if realizing what he had just said, and he stepped back from her quickly. Risking a glance at him, Lottie saw the careful blankness of his face, and she remained silent, giving him control of the moment. Nick shook his head as he painstakingly reassembled his self-possession. When his gaze returned to hers, his eyes were bright with self-mockery. "Shall we depart, Lady Sydney?" "Yes, Nick," she whispered and reached for his proffered arm. Sir Ross had prevailed on a friend in the first tier of society, the Duke of Newcastle himself, to host the ball at which the long-lost Lord Sydney would be introduced. The Duke and Duchess were a distinguished pair, a well-respected couple who had been married for 40 years. Their unimpeachable reputations would be quite useful in this situation, for a man as infamous as Nick would certainly need sponsors who were above reproach. The Duke's London estate featured what was tactfully referred to as an important house, one so mammoth in scale that visitors frequently lost their way from one circuit of rooms to another. There were innumerable parlours, rooms for breakfasting, supping or taking coffee, a library, dining hall, and a hunting hall, rooms for studying, smoking, and music. The drawing-room was floored with what seemed to be acres of highly polished parquet, work, reflecting light from a half. Dozen celestial chandeliers hung 2 stories above. Lined with balconied galleries above and below, the room provided many pockets of privacy for gossip and intrigue. The ball was attended by at least 500 guests, many of them chosen for their glittering social status. As Sophia had remarked dryly to Nick, the invitations to this particular event had become such a mark of distinction that no one dared not to attend, in case it was perceived that they had not been asked. Nick assumed a properly grateful expression as he was introduced to the Duke and Duchess, both of whom had known his parents. "You bear a striking resemblance to your late father," the Duchess remarked as Nick bent over her gloved hand. She was a small but elegant woman, her silver head adorned with a diamond tiara, her neck weighted with ropes of pearl so massive that they threatened to topple her off balance. "Had I not been told of your parentage," the Duchess continued, "I would have known it at once, just by looking at you. Those eyes, yes, you are indeed a Sydney. Such a tragedy for you to lose both parents at once. A boating accident, was it not?" "Yes, Your Grace." As Nick had been told, his mother had drowned when a boat had overturned at a water party. His father had died trying to save her. "A great pity," the Duchess said, "and such a devoted couple, as I recall. But perhaps in that light it may have been a blessing for them to be taken together." "Indeed," Nick said blandly, concealing a flare of annoyance. In the days just after his parents' passing, the same sentiment had been voiced countless times. How kind fate had been in that regard, to let them depart together. Unfortunately, neither of the Sydneys' children had shared that romantic sentiment, wishing instead that at least one of their parents had survived. Nick's gaze shot to his sister, who stood nearby with Sir Ross. Overhearing the Duchess's comment, Sophia's eyes narrowed slightly, and she exchanged a subtle, grim smile with Nick. "Your Grace," Lottie murmured, smoothing over the moment. "How very kind it is of you to extend your hospitality to us, Lord Sydney, and I will always attach the memory of your generosity to this special occasion." Obviously flattered, the Duchess paused to speak with Lottie for a few moments, while the Duke favoured Nick with a congratulatory smile. "An exceptional choice for a wife, Sydney," the elderly man remarked, poised, unaffected, and quite lovely. "You are quite fortunate." No one would have disagreed with that, least of all Nick. Lottie was a revelation this evening, her gown stylish but not too sophisticated, her smile easy, her posture as regal as that of a young queen. Neither the grandeur of their surroundings nor the hundreds of curious gazes seemed to disturb her composure. She was so polished and immaculately pretty that no one suspected the layer of steel beneath her exterior. No one would ever guess that she was the kind of young woman who would have defied her parents and lived by her own wits for 2 years. The kind of woman who could hold her own against a seasoned Bow Street officer. As the Duke continued to receive guests, the Duchess continued to speak with Lottie, the grey head inclined toward the pale golden one. Sophia drifted closer to Nick, employing her fan to mask the movement of her lips as she murmured to him, "I told you so." Nick smiled wryly, recalling his sister's claim that Lottie would prove to be a great asset to him. Those are without doubt the 4 most irritating words in the English language. "Sophia, she is a dear creature, and far too good for you," his sister informed him with amusement dancing in her eyes. "I've never claimed otherwise. And she seems rather fond of you," Sophia continued. "So if I were you, I would not take my good fortune for granted." "Fond?" Nick repeated warily, aware of a sudden increase in his pulse. "Why do you say that?" "Well, the other day Sophia broke off as she caught sight of a newly arrived couple. "Oh, there is Lord Farrington!" "Excuse me, dear, as Lady Farrington has been unwell for the past month, and I want to ask after her health." "Wet?" Nick demanded. "Finish what you were going to say." But Sophia had already glided away with Sir Ross in tow, leaving Nick to fume in frustration. When Lottie was released from the Duchess's attentions, she took Nick's arm and accompanied him as they mingled with various groups. She was adept at light social conversation, talking amiably without becoming drawn into a lengthy discussion, moving gracefully among the guests and remembering people they had met on previous occasions. It was clear that had Nick wished to leave her, while he joined his friends in the smoking and billiards rooms, Lottie would have been perfectly comfortable. However, as Nick saw the number of admiring gazes following his wife's every movement, he remained close beside her, occasionally resting his hand at the small of her back in a protective gesture that was well understood by every man who saw it. An ebullient melody filled the air, provided by an orchestra that was carefully concealed by a forest of potted plants in one of the upper balconies. As they made their way through the crowded ballroom, Lottie flirted with Nick discreetly, laying her hand on his chest in playful little touches, rising to whisper in his ear until her lips brushed his skin. Intrigued and thoroughly fascinated, Nick breathed in the scent of white roses from her hair and stood close enough to see the faint dusting of perfumed powder that had collected in the gentle curve of her DA colletage. Suddenly Lottie's attention was caught by a small group of women, 2 of whom were staring at her with obvious excitement. "Nick, I see some friends that I haven't set eyes on since I was at Maidstone's. I must speak with them. Why don't you join your gentlemen friends? You certainly don't want to listen to us gossip about our school days." Nick was disgruntled by his wife's clear desire to be rid of him. "Fine," he said curtly. "I'll go to the billiards room." Lottie shot him a teasing glance from beneath her lashes. "Promise you will come find me for the first waltz." Realizing that he was being skillfully managed, Nick grumbled in assent and watched Lottie glide toward the group of waiting women. To his astonishment, he stood there feeling completely bereft. He was so captivated by one small woman that he could scarcely think straight. He, who was so eternally self-assured, was in danger of being led around by his own wife. Brooding over the alarming discovery, Nick heard his brother-in-law's deep voice beside him. "It happens to the best of us, Sydney." Nick turned to face Sir Ross. Uncannily, Sir Ross seemed to understand exactly what he was feeling. His grey eyes gleamed with amusement as he continued in a tone that was not unsympathetic. "No matter how strong our resolve, we eventually find ourselves captivated by the irresistible preference for one particular woman. You've been caught, my friend. You may as well reconcile yourself to it." Nick did not bother trying to deny it. "I was going to be so much wiser than you," he muttered. Sir Ross grinned. "I prefer to think that intelligence has nothing to do with it. For if a man's intellect is measured by his ability to remain untouched by affection, I would be the greatest fool alive." The word affection made Nick flinch. "What would it take to make you quiet? Cannon? A glass of 1805 Cassart? Gordon would probably do it," came the amiable reply. "And if I'm not mistaken, they've just brought out a case in the billiards room." "Let's go, then," Nick said, and they strode from the ballroom together. Lottie Howard. 2 young women rushed over to her, and they clasped hands tightly, sharing grins of barely suppressed glee. Were it not for their strict training at Maidstone's, the 3 of them would have squealed in a most unladylike manner. "Samantha," Lottie said warmly, gazing at the tall, attractive brunette who had always been like a kind older sister to her. "And Arabella." Arabella Markenfield looked exactly the same as she had at school. Pretty and a bit plump, with strawberry blonde ringlets that were perfectly arranged on her porcelain forehead. "I'm Lady Lexington now," Samantha informed her with considerable pride. "I won an earl, no less, with a good, sound fortune." Slipping an arm around Lottie's waist, she turned her slightly. "He's standing right there, close to the conservatory doors. The tall, balding one. Do you see him?" Lottie nodded as she caught sight of a sombre-looking gentleman who appeared to be in his early 40s, with large eyes that seemed slightly out of proportion to his long, narrow face. "He looks to be a very pleasant gentleman," Lottie remarked. Samantha laughed. "Very tactful, dear. I'll be the first to admit that the Earl is not much to look at, and he has no sense of humour. However, men with a sense of humour often tend to grate on one's nerves, and he is an impeccable gentleman." "I'm so glad," Lottie said sincerely, knowing from past conversations with Samantha that such a marriage was very much what she had desired. "And you, Arabella?" "I married into the Seaforths last year," Arabella confided with a giggle. "You've heard of them, I'm sure, do you remember? One of the daughters was in the class ahead of us." "Yes," Lottie said, recalling that the Seaforths were a great entitled family with a considerable quantity of rich farming land. "Don't say you married her brother Harry." "Just so!" The girl's ringlets danced merrily on her forehead as she continued with great animation. "Harry is quite fine-looking, though he's grown as round as a bait. Hot since our wedding, and he is ever so charming. Of course I'll never have a title, but there are compensations, my own carriage, real French lady's maid, not one of those Cockney maids who throw out a si, vous, play or a bon, jaw every once in a while." She giggled at her own wit, then sobered enough to regard Lottie with round, curious eyes. "Dear Lottie, is it true that you are Lady Sydney now?" "Yes." Lottie glanced in the direction of her husband, who was walking from the ballroom in the company of Sir Ross. Their long legs matched at an equal pace. She felt an unexpected rush of pride at the sight of him, so strong and graceful, his striking good looks displayed to their best advantage in the elegant evening clothes. "Dashing as can be," Samantha commented, following her gaze. "As he as mischievous as they say, Lottie." "Not in the least." Lottie lied. "Lord Sydney is as mild, tempered and obliging a gentleman as could be found anywhere. It was a case of unfortunate timing that at that moment Nick happened to glance in her direction. His gaze encompassed her in a smouldering sweep that threatened to melt her composure. Knowing what that look meant, and what would happen in the evening hours after the ball, Lottie felt a thrill deep inside, and she struggled to maintain her poise. Samantha and Arabella, meanwhile, had snapped open their fans and were employing them vigorously. "Good heavens!" Samantha exclaimed in a low voice. "The way he looks at you is positively intense." "Lottie, I don't know what you mean," Lottie said demurely, though she felt her own cheeks heating. Arabella giggled behind her own painted silk fan. "The only time I've ever seen that expression on my Harry's face is when a plate of Yorkshire pudding is set before him." Samantha's dark eyes were keen with interest. "I was under the impression that Lord Radnor had claimed you entirely, Lottie. How did you escape him, and where have you been these past 2 years? And most of all, how in heaven's name did you manage to win a man like Nick Gentry? And is this long, lost lord business some bit of trickery?" "No," Lottie said instantly. "It truly is Lord Sydney. Did you know that he was a viscount when you married?" "Well, no." Lottie strove to offer the simplest explanation possible. "To start with, you know that I left school to avoid marrying Lord Radnor, the definitive scandal of Maidstones." Arabella interrupted. "They still talk of it, I'm told. None of the teachers or staff could conceive that sweet, obedient Charlotte Howard would simply disappear like that." Lottie paused in momentary embarrassment. She was far from proud of her actions. It was simply that she'd had no other choice. To avoid being found, I changed my name and went to work as a companion to Lady Westcliff in Hampshire. "You worked?" Arabella repeated in awe. "My word, how you must have endured." "Not unduly," Lottie replied with a wry smile. "The Westcliffs were kind, and I liked the Dowager Countess quite well. It was while I was in her employ that I made the acquaintance of Mr. Gentry. Lord Sydney. He proposed quite soon after we met, and—" She paused, an image flashing in her mind of that evening in Lord Westcliff's library, the firelight playing over Nick's face as he leaned close. "And I accepted," she said hastily, feeling her face turn fiery red. Samantha smiled at Lottie's discomfiture, seeming to guess the reason behind it. Apparently it was a memorable proposal. "Were your parents terribly upset with you?" Arabella asked. Lottie nodded, reflecting with sad irony that "upset" was singularly inadequate to describe her family's reaction. Samantha's face was grave with understanding. "They won't be angry forever, dear," she said with a pragmatism that was far more comforting than sympathy would have been. "If your husband is half as wealthy as the rumours indicate, the Howards will eventually prove more than happy to claim him as a son, in law." The three of them conversed for a while, eagerly becoming reacquainted and making plans to call on each other soon. Lottie was unaware of time passing until she heard the orchestra begin to play a newly popular waltz called "Blossoms in the Spring," a melody that immediately inspired a host of eager couples to begin whirling through the room. Wondering if Nick would remember to dance the first waltz with her, Lottie decided to look for him at the side of the room. Excusing herself from the company of her friends, she walked along one of the first floor galleries, which was separated from the dance floor by carved wooden railings and bowers of greenery and pink roses. A few couples were absorbed in private conversations, half concealed by the massive flower arrangements, and Lottie averted her gaze with a slight smile as she passed them. She was startled by a sudden touch on her arm, and she stopped with a jolt of anticipation, expecting that Nick had found her. But as she glanced down at the growing pressure on her gloved wrist, she did not see Nick's large, square hand. A set of long, almost skeletal fingers had wrapped around her wrist, and with a shock of cold horror, she heard the voice that had haunted her nightmares for years. "Did you think you could avoid me forever, Charlotte?" Chapter 12. Bracing herself, Lottie looked up into the face of Arthur, Lord Radnor. Time had wrought an astonishing difference in him, as if 10 years had passed rather than 2. He was unnaturally pale, his skin the colour of sun-bleached bone, his dark brows and eyes standing out in jarring contrast. Harsh grooves of bitterness divided his face into angular sections. Lottie had known the inevitability of seeing Lord Radnor some day. In the back of her mind, she had assumed that he would regard her with hatred. But what she saw in his eyes was far more alarming. Hunger, a voracity that had nothing to do with romantic desire, but something far more consuming. Instinctively she understood that his longing to control her had only intensified during her absence, and that her betrayal of him had given him the deadly resolve of a relentless pursuer. "My lord," she acknowledged, her voice steady even though her lips were trembling. "You are overstepping. Release my arm, please." Ignoring her request, Radnor pulled her into the concealment of a greenery-laden column, his fingers tightening into a painful grip. Lottie went with him easily, determined that this ugliness from her past would not result in a scene that would mar an evening so important for her husband. Ridiculous that she should be so afraid in a room filled with people. Radnor certainly would not harm her here. If they were alone, however, she believed that he would feel absolutely justified in wrapping those long fingers around her throat and silencing her. His gaze sliced over her. "My God, what has he turned you into? I can sense the passion on you. Only the thinnest veneer separated you from the ill-bred provincials you came from, and now it has vanished completely." "In that case," Lottie replied, her imprisoned hand balling into a numb fist, "you will disassociate yourself from me at once, as I'm certain you will not wish to be contaminated by my presence." "Foolish girl," Radnor whispered, his black eyes lit with cold fire. "You cannot begin to understand what you've lost. Do you know what you would be without me? Nothing. I made you. I lifted you from the depths of society. I was going to turn you into a creature of grace and perfection, and instead you betrayed me and turned your back on your family. I did not ask for your patronage. All the more reason you should have knelt to me in gratitude. You owe me everything, Charlotte, your very life." Lottie saw that it would be pointless to debate his insane certainty. "Be that as it may," she said softly, "I belong to Lord Sidney now. You have no claim on me." His mouth twisted in a dark sneer. "My claim on you goes far beyond some insignificant marriage vows. Have you deluded yourself into thinking that you could purchase me like some item in a shop window?" she asked scornfully. "I own your very soul," Radnor whispered, clenching her wrist until she felt the delicate bones strain and tears of pain came to her eyes. "I purchased it at the expense of my own. I've invested more than 10 years of my life in you, and I will be repaid. How? I am another man's wife, and I feel nothing for you now, not fear, not hatred, only indifference. What can you possibly think you will recoup from me?" Just as Lottie thought her arm would give way, she heard a quiet snarl from behind her. It was Nick, moving swiftly between them. His arm descended in a blur, and whatever he did, it caused Lord Radnor to let go of her with a grunt of pain. The abrupt release sent Lottie stumbling backward, and Nick caught her hard against his chest. Automatically she turned into the crook of his arm, and she heard the deep rumble of his voice as he spoke to Lord Radnor. "Don't come near her again, or I'll defeat you." It was a quiet statement of fact. "Insolent fool," Radnor said hoarsely. Risking a glance at Radnor from the safety of her husband's arms, Lottie saw a greyish, purple-tide sweep over his pallid face. It was clear that the sight of Nick's hands on her was more than he could bear. Nick touched the back of her neck and slid his fingers along the top of her spine, taunting the Earl deliberately. "Very well," Radnor whispered. "I leave you to your disgrace. Charlotte, leave," Nick said. "Now." Radnor walked away, his frame stiff with the righteous fury of a deposed monarch. Cradling her throbbing wrist with her free hand, Lottie saw that they had drawn more than a few curious stares from people passing through the gallery. In fact, some guests in the ballroom were becoming keenly aware of the scene. She whispered, but he went into action before she needed to say another word. Keeping a supportive arm around her, Nick motioned to a servant who was passing with a tray of empty glasses. "You," he said tersely. "Come here." The dark-haired footman obeyed with haste. "Yes, my lord. Tell me where I can find a private room." The footman thought rapidly. "If you proceed along that hallway, my lord, you will come to a music room that I believe is unoccupied at present." "Fine. Bring some brandy there. Quickly." "Yes." My lord. Dazedly Lottie went with Nick as he guided her through the hallway. Chaotic thoughts filled her mind, while the elegant din of the ballroom receded behind them. Her body was charged with peculiar battle readiness. The long-dreaded confrontation with Lord Radnor had left her ill, elated, furious, and relieved. How was it possible to feel so many things at once? The music room was quietly lit, the outlines of a piano, harp, and several assorted music stands casting deep shadows on the wall. Nick closed the door and turned to Lottie, his broad shoulders looming over her. She had never seen his face so hard. "I'm all right," Lottie said, and the unusually high pitch of her own voice actually drew a giggle from her throat. "Really? There's no need to look so." She paused with another uncontainable laugh, seeing that Nick clearly thought she had taken leave of her senses. She would never be able to explain the wild sense of freedom that flooded her after having faced her greatest fear. "I'm sorry," she said giddily, even as tears of relief dampened her eyes. "It's just, I've been so afraid of Lord Radnor for my entire life. But as I saw him just now, I realized that his power over me is gone. He can do nothing to me. I don't feel any obligation to him whatsoever, and I don't even feel guilty about it. The burden of it is gone, as well as the fear, and it feels so strange." As she trembled and laughed and blotted her eyes with her gloved fingers, Nick took her into his arms and tried to soothe her. "Easy, easy," he whispered, while his hands moved gently over her shoulders and back. "Take a deep breath. Hush, everything's all right." The warm press of his mouth touched her forehead, her wet lashes, her cheeks. "You're safe, Lottie. You're mine, my wife, and I'll take care of you. You're safe." As Lottie tried to explain that she wasn't afraid, he murmured for her to be quiet, to rest against him. She began to breathe deeply, as if she had just run for miles without stopping, and lay her head on the center of his chest. Nick tore off his gloves and placed his warm hands on her chilled skin, his strong fingers kneading the rigid muscles of her neck and upper shoulders. Someone knocked at the door. "The brandy?" Nick said quietly and guided Lottie to an armchair. Lottie sank into the chair, listening to the footman's appreciative exclamation as Nick gave him a coin in return for his trouble. Returning with a tray bearing a bottle and a snifter, Nick set it on a nearby table. "I don't need that," Lottie said with a wan smile. Ignoring her, Nick poured a finger of brandy into the snifter and held the bowl of the glass between his palms. After warming the spirits with his hands, he gave it to her. "Drink." Obediently, Lottie took the snifter. To her surprise, her hands trembled so badly that she could barely hold it. Nick's face darkened as he saw her difficulty. He sank to his knees before her, his muscular thighs spread on either side of her legs. Covering her fingers with his own, Nick steadied her hands and helped guide the rim of the snifter to her lips. She took a sip, grimacing as the brandy scalded her throat. "More," Nick murmured, forcing her to take another swallow and another until her eyes watered from the velvet fire. "I think it's a bit off," she said scratchily. Nick's eyes flickered with sudden amusement. "It's not off. It's a Finn Boys 98. It must have been a bad year." He grinned at that, his thumbs caressing the backs of her hands. "Someone should tell the wine merchants then, as it usually goes for £50 a bottle." £50, Lottie echoed, aghast. Closing her eyes, she finished the brandy in a few determined gulps and coughed as she gave him the empty glass. "Good girl," Nick murmured, sliding a hand around the back of her neck and squeezing gently. She could not help reflecting that although Nick's hand was much larger and infinitely more powerful than Radnor's, he had never caused her a single moment of pain. Nick's touch had given her only pleasure. She winced as she rested her sore wrist on the arm of the chair. Subtle as the movement was, Nick detected it immediately. He muttered beneath his breath as he took her arm and began to peel away the long glove. "It's nothing," Lottie said. "Really? I would prefer to leave the glove on. Lord Radnor did take hold of my arm, but it wasn't all that." She broke off with a gasp of discomfort as Nick eased the glove from her hand. Nick froze as he saw the darkened finger marks that had been left by Lord Radnor's harsh grip. The furious anger that suffused his face caused Lottie to start in alarm. "I bruise quite easily," she said. "You mustn't look like that. The marks will be gone in a day or two and then." "I'm going to defeat him." Nick bared his teeth in fierce rage. "When I get through with him, all that will be left is a memory. Curse him. Please." Lottie laid a soft hand on his stiff cheek. Lord Radnor intended to ruin this evening for both of us, and I refuse to let him succeed. I want you to bind my wrist with a handkerchief and help me to put my glove back on. We must hurry back before we're missed. Sir Ross will be making his speech, and we. I don't care about that. I do. Regaining her composure, Lottie stroked his cheek with soft fingertips. I want to go out there and waltz with you, and then stand by your side while Sir Ross tells everyone who you really are. Her lashes lowered as she glanced at his mouth, and then I want you to take me home and carry me to bed. As Lottie had intended, Nick was momentarily distracted. His fierce gaze began to soften. And then what? Before she could answer, the door vibrated with a demanding thump. "Sedney," came a muffled voice from the other side. "Yes," Nick said, rising to his feet. Sir Ross's tall form filled the doorway. His face was expressionless as he looked at the two of them. "I was just told of Lord Radnor's presence." He went directly to Lottie, crouching before her much as Nick had. Seeing her bruised arm, Sir Ross gestured toward it carefully. "May I?" His voice was more gentle than she had ever heard it. "Yes," Lottie murmured, allowing him to take her hand in his. Sir Ross examined the darkened wrist with a gathering frown. His face was very close, and his grey eyes were so kind and concerned that Lottie wondered how she could have ever thought him aloof. She recalled his reputed compassion for women and children, a focal point of his magisterial career, Sophia had told her. Sir Ross's mouth flexed in a faint, reassuring smile as he released her hand. "This won't happen again, I can promise you that." "Wonderful party," Nick said sarcastically. "Perhaps you can tell us who included Lord Radnor on the guest list." "Nick," Lottie interceded. "It's all right. I am certain that Sir Ross did not." "It is not all right," Sir Ross countered quietly. "I hold myself responsible for this, and I humbly beg your forgiveness, Charlotte. Lord Radnor was most certainly not included on the guest list that I approved, but I will find out how he managed to obtain an invitation." His brow creased as he continued. "Lord Radnor's behaviour tonight was irrational as well as reprehensible. It suggests an obsession with Charlotte that will likely not end with this incident." "Oh, it's going to end," Nick said darkly. "I have several methods in mind that will cure Radnor's obsession. To start with, if he hasn't left the premises by the time I go back out there." "Has gone?" Sir Ross interrupted. "Two of the runners are here. I bid them to remove him in as discreet a manner as possible. Calm yourself, Sidney. It will do no good for you to act recklessly." Nick's eyes narrowed. "Tell me how calm you would be if someone had left those bruises on Sophia." Sir Ross nodded with a short sigh. Point taken. His dark brows drew together as he continued. "Obviously, it is your right to deal with Radnor as you will Sidney, and I would not presume to stop you or interfere. But you should be aware that I intend to approach him myself and make it clear that Charlotte is under my protection as well as yours. The fact that Radnor would dare accost a member of my family is an unacceptable outrage." Lottie was touched by his concern. She had never imagined that she would have two such powerful men to defend her from Lord Radnor. Not only her husband but her brother-in-law as well. "Thank you, Sir Ross. No one would blame you if you wished to go home now," he told her. "A's for the speech I had planned to give this evening. Other arrangements can be made." "I'm not going anywhere," Lottie said steadily. "And if you do not give your speech tonight, Sir Ross, I vow I will do it in your stead." He smiled suddenly. "All right then. I would hate to disregard your wishes." He sent Nick a questioning look. "Will you return to the ballroom soon?" Nick's mouth twisted. "If Lottie wishes it." "Yes," she said decisively. Despite the pain in her wrist, she felt ready to confront any challenge. She saw the glances the two men exchanged as they silently agreed to discuss the problem of Radnor at a more appropriate time. Sir Ross left them in private once more, and Lottie stood resolutely. Nick was at her side immediately, his hands framing her waist as if he feared she would topple over. Lottie smiled at his protectiveness. "I am fine now," she told him. "Truly." She waited for the familiar glimmer of humour to appear in Nick's eyes, for him to return to his usual self, but he remained tense, his gaze searching her face with strange seriousness. He looked as though he wanted to shield her and carry her far away from here. "You're staying by my side for the rest of the evening," he told her. Lottie tilted her head back to smile at him. "That might be wise, as the brandy seems to have gone to my head." Warmth kindled in his eyes, and one of his hands moved gently to her shoulder. Do you feel unsteady? She relaxed into his touch, comforted by his presence. The pain in her wrist was nearly forgotten, her nerves easing as he offered quiet reassurance. Only when you touch me like that. Finishing the tender caress with a gentle rotation of his palm, Nick returned his hand to safer territory. I want this evening to be over, he said. Come, the sooner we go out there, the sooner Cannon can make his speech. Extending her bare hand, Lottie steeled herself not to flinch as he eased the tight, fitting glove over her swollen wrist. By the time he was finished, Lottie was pale, and Nick was sweating profusely, as if the pain had been his rather than hers. That Radnor, he said roughly, going to pour her another brandy. I'll make him regret this. I know something that would hurt him far more than that. Carefully, Lottie raised a folded handkerchief to blot his damp brow. Oh! His brows arched in curious inquiry. Her fingers closed around the handkerchief, compressing it into a ball. She paused for a long moment before replying, while a wave of hope rose in her throat and nearly threatened to choke her. Taking the brandy from him, she took a steadying sip. We could try to be happy together, she said. That is something he could never understand. Something he'll never have. She couldn't bring herself to look at him, afraid she might see mockery or rejection in his eyes, but her heart pounded heavily in her chest as she felt his lips brush the top of her head, his breath stirring the white rose petals nestled in her pinned-up braid. We could try, he agreed softly. After the 2 glasses of brandy, Lottie's head spun pleasantly, and she was grateful for Nick's steady guidance as they returned to the ballroom. The strength of his arm fascinated her. No matter how heavily she leaned on him, he supported her effortlessly. He was a strong man, but until tonight, she hadn't realized he was capable of such gentle comfort. Somehow she doubted he had known it either. Their reactions had been instinctive, hers, to turn to him, and his, to envelop her in reassurance. They walked into the ballroom and approached Sir Ross. Ascending a small step to be seen by the crowd, Sir Ross signalled the musicians to stop and asked for the guests' attention. His voice carried effortlessly, rich with authority. A hush fell over the ballroom as more guests streamed in, and servants circulated with trays of champagne. Sir Ross began his speech by reflecting on his career and the satisfaction of correcting injustices. He then praised the traditions of hereditary peerage, pleasing the many titled nobles in attendance. I thought Sir Ross wasn't a supporter of hereditary titles. Lottie whispered to Nick. He gave a wry smile. My brother-in-law knows how to play a crowd. Reminding them of tradition makes it easier for them to accept me as a peer, Sir Ross continued, describing an unnamed man long denied his rightful title, a man of distinguished lineage who had devoted himself to public service. Therefore, Sir Ross concluded, it is my honour to announce Lord Sidney's rightful restoration to his title and his seat in the Lords. And I have every expectation that he will continue to serve the country and Queen in the role that is his by birth. Raising a glass in the air, he said, Let us toast Mr. Nick Gentry, the man who shall be known to us from now on as John Viscount Sidney. A ripple of amazement went through the crowd. Although most of them had already known what Sir Ross would announce, it was startling to hear the words spoken aloud. To Lord Sidney came hundreds of obedient echoes, followed by as many cheers. And to Lady Sidney, Sir Ross prompted, drawing another enthusiastic response to which Lottie curtsied in gracious recognition. Rising, Lottie touched Nick's arm. Perhaps you should offer a toast to Sir Ross, she suggested. He gave her a speaking glance but complied, lifting his glass toward his brother-in-law, to Sir Ross. He said in a resonant voice, without whose efforts I would not be here tonight. The crowd responded with a round of hurrahs, while Sir Ross grinned suddenly, aware that Nick's carefully worded toast did not include the barest hint of gratitude. Toasts to the Queen, the country, and the peerage itself ensued, and then the orchestra filled the room with buoyant melody. Sir Ross came to claim Lottie for a waltz, while Nick went to dance with Sophia, who wore an irrepressible smile as she sailed into his arms. Beholding the pair, one so fair, one so dark, and yet both so similar in their striking attractiveness, Lottie smiled. She turned to Sir Ross and carefully rested her sore hand on his shoulder as they began to waltz. As might have been expected, he was an excellent dancer, self-assured and easy to follow. Feeling a mixture of liking and gratitude, Lottie studied his severely handsome face. You've done this to save him, haven't you? She asked. I don't know that it will, Sir Ross said quietly. The word sent a fearful pang through her. Did he mean that he still believed Nick was in some kind of peril? But Nick was no longer a Bow Street runner. He had been removed from the hazards that his profession had entailed. He was safe now, unless Sir Ross was implying that the greatest danger to Nick came from somewhere inside himself. In the days following the public revelation of Nick's identity, the house on Betterton was under siege from callers. Mrs. Trench spoke to everyone from Nick's old underworld cohorts to representatives of the Queen. Cards and invitations were brought to the front door, until the silver tray on the entrance hall table was laden with a mountain of paper. Periodicals dubbed him the Reluctant Viscount, recounting his heroism as a former Bow Street runner. As reporters followed the lead that Sir Ross had established, Nick was generally depicted as a selfless champion of the public who would have modestly preferred to serve his common man rather than accept his long dormant title. To Lottie's amusement, Nick was outraged by his new public image, for no one seemed to regard him as dangerous any longer. Strangers approached him eagerly, no longer intimidated by his air of subtle menace. For a man who was so intensely private, it was nearly intolerable. Before long, their interest in you will fade, Lottie said in consolation after Nick had to push through an admiring throng to reach his own front door. Harried and scowling, Nick shed his coat and flopped onto the parlour settee, his long legs spread carelessly. It won't be soon enough. He glared at the ceiling. This place is too overly accessible. We need a house with a private drive and a tall fence. We have received more than a few invitations to visit friends in the country. Lottie came beside him and sank to the carpeted floor, the skirts of her printed muslin dress billowing around her. Their faces were nearly level as Nick reclined on the arm of the low, backed settee, even one from Westcliff, asking if we would stay a fortnight or so at Stonycross Park. Nick's face darkened. No doubt the Earl wants to assure himself that you're not being mistreated by your husband from hell. Lottie couldn't help laughing. You must admit that you were not at your most charming then. Nick caught her fingers as she reached over to loosen his necktie. I wanted you too badly to bother with charm. His thumb brushed lightly over the tips of her fingernails. You implied that I was interchangeable with any other woman, she chided. In the past, I learned that the best way to get something I wanted was to pretend that I didn't want it. Lottie shook her head, perplexed. That makes no sense at all. Smiling, Nick released her hand and toyed with the lace edge of her scooped neckline. It worked, he pointed out. With their faces close together and his vivid blue eyes locked onto hers, Lottie felt warmth rising in her cheeks. You were very mischievous that night. His fingertip traced lightly along the neckline of her dress. Not nearly as mischievous as I wanted to be. The sound of the front door being knocked echoed through the entrance hall and drifted into the parlour. Withdrawing his hand, Nick listened as Mrs. Trench went to answer the door, informing the visitor that neither Lord Sidney nor his wife was receiving callers. The reminder of their interrupted privacy made Nick scowl. That settles it. I want to leave London. Whom shall we visit? Lord Westcliff would be perfectly. No. Right then, Lottie continued calmly. The Canons are in residence at Silverhill. Absolutely not. I'm not spending a fortnight under the same roof as my brother-in-law. We could go to Worcestershire, Lottie suggested. Sophia says that the restoration of the Sidney estate is nearly complete. She has made no secret of the fact that she wants you to see the results of her efforts. He shook his head instantly. I have no desire to see that place. Your sister has gone to great effort. You wouldn't want to hurt her feelings, would you? No one asked her to do all that. Sophia took it upon herself, and I'll be dashed if I have to shower her with gratitude for it. I've heard that Worcestershire is quite beautiful. Lottie let a wistful note enter her voice. The air would be so much nicer there. London in summer is dreadful, and some day I would like to see the place where you were born. If you do not wish to go now, I understand. But there are no servants, he pointed out. We could travel with a small staff. Wouldn't it be pleasant to stay in the country at our own home, rather than visit someone else, just for a fortnight? Nick was silent, his eyes narrowing. Lottie sensed the conflict in him, the desire to please her warring with his reluctance to return to the place he had left so long ago. To confront those memories and recall the pain of being orphaned so suddenly would not be easy for him. Lottie lowered her gaze before he could see the sympathy he might misinterpret. I will tell Sophia that we will accept her invitation another time. She will understand. I'll go, he said abruptly. Lottie looked at him in surprise. He was visibly tense, as if bracing himself. It isn't necessary, she said. We'll go somewhere else if you prefer. He shook his head, his mouth twisting wryly. First you want to stay in Worcestershire, then you don't. Blast it, but women are unpredictable. I'm not being unpredictable, she protested. It's just that I don't want you to go, and then be upset with me the entire time. I'm not upset. Men don't get upset. Annoyed, exasperated, arced. She offered him a tender smile, wishing she could shield him from nightmares and memories and the struggles within himself. Nick began to reply, but as he stared at her, he seemed to forget what he meant to say. Reaching for her, he suddenly stopped himself. As Lottie watched, he stood from the settee and left the parlour with startling swiftness. The journey to Worcestershire would normally last a full day, long enough that most travellers of reasonable means would elect to travel for part of one day, stay overnight at a tavern, and arrive later in the morning. However, Nick insisted that they make the trip virtually without stopping, except to change horses and obtain a few refreshments. Although Lottie tried to take the arrangement in stride, she found it difficult to maintain a cheerful facade. The carriage ride was arduous, the roads were of uneven quality, and the constant rattling and swaying of the vehicle made her slightly nauseous. As Nick saw her discomfort, his expression became grim and resolute, and the atmosphere disintegrated into silence. A skeleton staff had been sent the day before their arrival to stock the kitchen and ready the rooms. As had been previously agreed, the Cannons would visit the estate the following morning. Conveniently, Sir Ross's country seat at Silverhill was only an hour away. The last faint glow of the setting sun was retreating from the sky by the time the carriage reached Worcestershire. From what Lottie could see, the county was fertile and prosperous. Rich green meadows and tidily groomed farms covered the level earth, occasionally giving way to verdant hills covered with fat white sheep. The webbing of canals that spread from the rivers graced the area with easy routes for trade and commerce. Any average visitor to Worcestershire would surely react to the scenery with pleasure. However, Nick became increasingly morose, emanating sullen reluctance from every pore with each turn of the wheels that brought them closer to the Sydney lands. At last they turned onto a long, narrow drive that extended for a mile before a stately house came into view. Light from the outside lamps cast a warm glow over the entranceway and caused the front windows to glitter like black diamonds. Eagerly, Lottie pushed aside the curtains at the carriage windows to obtain a better view. It's lovely, she said, her heart beating fast with excitement, just as Sophia described. The large Palladian-style house was handsome, if unexceptional, the combination of red brick, white columns, and precise pediments designed with tidy symmetry. Lottie loved it at first sight. The carriage stopped before the entranceway. Nick was expressionless as he descended from the vehicle and helped Lottie down. They climbed the steps to the double doors, and Mrs. Trench welcomed them into a large, oval-shaped hall floored with gleaming rose-coloured marble. Mrs. Trench, Lottie said warmly. How are you? Very well, my lady. And you? Tired, but relieved to be here at last. Have you encountered any difficulties with the house so far? No, my lady, but there is much to be done. A single day was scarcely sufficient to prepare things. That is all right, Lottie said with a smile. After the long journey, Lord Sydney and I will require nothing more than a clean place to sleep. The bedrooms are in order, my lady. Shall I show you upstairs at once, or will you want some supper? The housekeeper's voice trailed away as she glanced at Nick. Following her gaze, Lottie saw that her husband was staring at the main hall of the house as if transfixed. He seemed to be watching a play that no one else could see, his gaze following invisible actors as they crossed the stage to speak their lines. His face was flushed, as if from fever. Wordlessly he wandered through the hall as if he were alone, exploring with the hesitancy of a lost young boy. Lottie did not know how to help him. One of the hardest things she'd ever have to do was to summon a casual tone as she replied to the housekeeper, but somehow she managed it. No, thank you, Mrs. Trench. I don't believe that we will require supper. Perhaps you will have some water and a bottle of wine sent to our room, and have the maids take out just a few things for tonight. They can unpack the rest of it tomorrow. In the meanwhile, Lord Sydney and I will have a look around. Yes, my lady, I will see that your personal articles are set out immediately. The housekeeper strode away, calling out instructions to a pair of maids, who rushed quickly through the hall. As the overhead chandelier had been left unlit, the shadowy atmosphere was relieved by only 2 lamps. Following her husband, Lottie approached the archway at one end of the hall, which opened to a portrait gallery. The air was laced with the crisp scents of new wool carpeting and fresh paint. Lottie studied Nick's profile as he gazed at the conspicuously bare walls of the gallery. She guessed that he was remembering the paintings that had once occupied the empty spaces. "It seems we'll have to acquire some artwork," she remarked. "They were all sold to pay off my father's debts." Moving closer, Lottie pressed her cheek against the broadcloth of his coat, where the edge of his shoulder flowed into the firm curve of his arm. "Will you show me the house?" Nick was silent for a long moment. When he glanced into her upturned face, his eyes were bleak with the knowledge that there was nothing left of the boy who had once lived here. "Not tonight. I need to see it alone." "I understand," Lottie said, slipping her hand into his. "I am quite fatigued. Certainly I would prefer to tour the house tomorrow morning, in the daylight." His fingers returned the pressure with a barely discernible squeeze, and then he let go. "I'll take you upstairs." She pressed her lips into the shape of a smile. "No need. I'll have Mrs. Trench or one of the servants accompany me." A clock from somewhere in the house chimed midnight by the time Nick finally entered the bedroom. Unable to sleep despite her exhaustion, Lottie had retrieved a novel from one of her valises and had stayed up reading until the book was half finished. The bedroom was a cosy haven, the bed richly adorned with an embroidered silk counterpane and matching hangings, the walls painted in a soft shade of green. Becoming absorbed in the story, Lottie read until she heard the creak of a floorboard. Seeing Nick in the doorway, Lottie set the novel on the bedside table. Patiently she waited for him to speak, wondering how many memories had been stirred by his walk through the house, how many silent echoes of the past had crossed his path. "You should sleep," he said eventually. "So should you." Lottie turned back the covers. After an extended pause, she asked, "Will you come to bed with me?" His gaze slid over her, lingering on the ruffled front of her night trail, the kind of modest, high neck gown that never failed to stir his affection. He looked so alone, so distant, very much the way he had appeared when they had first met. "Not tonight," he said for the second time that evening. Their gazes caught and held. Lottie knew that she would be wise to maintain a facade of relaxed unconcern. To be patient with him, her demands, her frustrations, would only push him away. But to her dismay, she heard herself say plainly, "Stay." They both knew that she was not asking for a few minutes or a few hours. She wanted the entire night. "You know I can't do that," came his soft reply. "You won't upset me. I'm not afraid of your dreams." Lottie sat up, staring at his still face. Suddenly she could not hold back a rush of heartfelt words, her voice trembling with emotion. "I want you to stay with me. I want to be close to you. Tell me what I should do or say to make that happen. Tell me, please, because I can't seem to stop myself from wanting more than you're willing to give." "You don't know what you're asking for?" "I promise you that I would never." "I'm not asking for reassurances or promises," he said firmly. "I'm stating a fact. There is a part of me that you don't want to know. In the past you've asked me to trust you. In return I ask you to trust me now. Tell me what happened to give you such dreams. Tell me what haunts you so." "No, Lottie." But instead of leaving, Nick remained in the room, as if his feet would not obey the dictates of his brain. Suddenly Lottie understood the extent of his tortured longing to confide in her and his equally potent belief that she would reject him once he did. He had begun to sweat heavily, his skin gleaming like wet bronze. A few strands of sable hair adhered to the moist surface of his forehead. Her longing to touch him was untenable, but somehow she remained where she was. "I won't turn away from you," she said steadily, "no matter what it is. It happened on the prison hulk, didn't it? It has to do with the real Nick Gentry. Did you defeat him so that you could take his place? Is that what torments you?" She saw from the way Nick flinched that she had struck close to the truth. The crack in his defenses widened, and he shook his head, trying to navigate past the breach. Failing, he gave her a glance filled with equal parts of rebuke and desperation. "It didn't happen that way." Lottie refused to look away from him. "Then how?" The lines of his body changed, relaxing into a sort of wretched resignation. He leaned one shoulder against the wall, facing partially away from her, his gaze arrowing to some distant point on the floor. I was sent to the Hoke because I was responsible for a man's death. I was 14 at the time. I had joined a group of highwaymen, and an old man died when we robbed his carriage. Soon afterward, we were all tried and convicted. I was too ashamed to tell anyone who I was. I simply gave my name as John Sidney. The other 4 in the gang were hanged in short order, but because of my age, the magistrate handed me a lesser sentence. 10 months on the Scarborough. Sir Ross was the magistrate who sentenced you, Lottie murmured, remembering what Sophia had told her. A bitter smile twisted Nick's mouth. Little did either of us know that we would someday be brothers-in-law. He slouched harder against the wall. As soon as I set foot on the hulk, I knew that I wasn't going to last a month there. A quick hanging would have been far more merciful. Duncombe's academy, they called the ship, Duncombe being the officer in command, half of his prisoners had just been cleared out by a round of gold fever. They were the lucky ones. The hulk was smaller than the others anchored just offshore. It was fitted for 100 prisoners, but they crammed half again that amount into one large area below deck. The ceiling was so low that I couldn't stand fully upright. Prisoners slept on the bare floor or on a platform built on either side of the deck. Each man was allowed to have sleeping space that was 6 feet long, 20 inches wide. We were double-ironed much of the time, and the constant rattling of chains was almost more than I could stand. The smell was the worst of it, though. We were seldom allowed to wash. There was always a shortage of soap, and we had to rinse with seawater, and no through ventilation, just a row of portholes left open on the seaward side. As a result, the reek was so powerful that it would overcome the guards who first opened the hatches in the mornings. Once I even saw one of them faint from it. During the time that we were locked down from early evening until the hatches were opened at daybreak, prisoners were left entirely to themselves, with no guards or officers to observe them. What did the prisoners do then? Lottie asked. His lips parted in a feral grin that made her shiver. Gambled, fought, made escape plans, and took advantage of each other. What does that mean? Nick shot her a swift glance, seeming startled by the question. It means assault. Lottie shook her head in bewilderment. But a man can't be assaulted like that. I assure you, Nick said sardonically. Can, and it was something I had a rather strong desire to avoid. Unfortunately, boys of my age 14, 15, were the most likely victims. The reason I stayed safe for a time was because I had made friends with another boy who was a bit older and far more hardened than I. Nick Gentry. Yes. He watched over me when I slept, taught me ways to defend myself. He made me eat to stay alive, even when the food was so foul I could barely swallow it. Talking with him kept my mind occupied during the days when I thought I would lose myself from having nothing to do. I wouldn't have lived without him, and I knew it. I was terrified of the day he would leave the hulk. 6 months after I'd boarded the Scarborough, Gentry told me that he was due to be released in a week. The look on his face caused Lottie's insides to tighten into cold knots. Only 1 week left, after surviving 2 years in that terrible place. I should have been glad for him, I wasn't. All I could think about was my own safety, which wasn't going to last 5 minutes after he left. He stopped, sliding deeper into the memories. What happened? Lottie asked quietly. Tell me. His face went blank. His soul had clenched hard around the secrets, refusing to release them. A strange, cold smile flickered on his lips as he spoke with utter self-contempt. I can't. Lottie stiffened her legs to keep from leaping out of bed and rushing to him. The heat of unshed tears filled her eyes as she stared at his dark, shadowed form. How did Gentry die? She asked. His throat worked, and he shook his head. Faced with his silent struggle, Lottie sought for some way to tip the balance. Don't be afraid, she whispered. I'll stay with you no matter what. Averting his face, he squinted fiercely, as if he had just been exposed to brilliant light after spending too long in the dark. One night I was attacked by one of the prisoners. His name was Styles. He dragged me off the platform while I was sleeping and pinned me to the floor. I fought with everything I had, but he was twice my size, and no one was going to interfere. They were all afraid of him. I called out to Gentry, to pull him off of me before he could. Breaking off, he made a strange sound, a shaky laugh that contained no trace of humour. And did he help you? Lottie asked. Yes, the fool. His breath caught in a low sob. He knew there was no point in doing anything for me. If I wasn't overpowered right then, I would be after he was released. I shouldn't have asked for his help, and he shouldn't have given it. But he drove Styles off, and another long silence passed. Did Nick die during the fight? Lottie made herself ask. Later that night, he'd made an enemy of Styles by helping me, and retribution wasn't long in coming. Just before morning, Styles took Nick's life in his sleep. By the time I realized what had happened, it was too late. I went to Nick, tried to make him wake up, to breathe. He wouldn't move. He turned cold in my arms. His jaw shook, and he cleared his throat roughly. Lottie couldn't let it end there, without knowing the full story. How did you switch places with Gentry? Every morning the assistant medical officer and one of the guards came down to collect the bodies of the men who had passed during the night, from illness, starvation, or something they called depression of the spirits. Those who hadn't finished dying were taken up to the forecastle. I pretended to be ill, which wasn't difficult at that point. They took us both up to the deck and asked who I was, and if I knew the fallen man's name. The guards knew hardly any of the prisoners. To them we were all the same, and I had changed clothes with his body, so they had little reason to doubt me when I told them I was Nick Gentry, and the deceased boy was John Sidney. For the next few days I stayed in the forecastle, feigning illness so I wouldn't be sent back down to the prison deck. The other men who'd been brought there were too sick or weak to give a damn what I called myself. And soon you were released, Lottie said quietly, in Gentry's place. He was buried in a mass grave near the docks while I went free, and now his name is more real to me than my own. Lottie was overwhelmed. No wonder he had wanted to keep Nick Gentry's name. In some way, he must have felt that he could keep a part of him alive by retaining it. The name had been a talisman, a new beginning. She couldn't begin to understand the amount of shame he had attached to his true identity, believing that he was responsible for his friend's passing. It wasn't his fault, of course, but even if she could make him admit the flaws in his reasoning, she could never erase his guilt. Lottie slipped out of bed, the thick, piled wool carpeting prickling beneath her bare soles. As she approached him, she was swamped in a sense of utter inadequacy. If she treated him with kindness, he would receive it as pity. If she said nothing, he would take it as a sign of scorn or disgust. "Nick," she said softly, but he would not face her. She went to stand before him, listening to the broken pattern of his breathing. "You did nothing wrong in calling out for help." And he wanted to help you, as any true friend would. Neither of you did anything wrong. He dragged his sleeve over his eyes and drew a shuddering breath. "I stole his life." "No," she said urgently. "I wouldn't have wanted you to stay there." Whom would it have served? A hot trickle touched the corner of her lips, flavoring them with salt. How well she understood guilt, the self-hatred it caused, especially in the absence of forgiveness. And the person that Nick needed forgiveness from was gone. "He can't be here to absolve you," she said, "but I'm going to speak for him. If he could, he would tell you, you're forgiven. It's all right now. I'm at peace, and you should be as well, and it is long past time for you to forgive yourself." "How do you know he would say that?" "Because anyone who cared for you would. And he did care for you, or he wouldn't have risked his life to protect you." Stepping forward, Lottie put her arms around his rigid neck. "I care for you, too." She had to use her full weight to make him bend to her. "I love you," she whispered. "Please don't turn me away," and she brought her mouth to his. It took a long time for him to respond to the soft pressure of her lips. He made a faint sound in his throat, and slowly his shaking hands came to her face, holding her still while his mouth molded over hers. His cheeks were damp with sweat and tears, and his kiss was intense in its fervor. Does it help to hear those words? Lottie whispered when his mouth lifted. "Yes," he said hoarsely. "Then I'll say them whenever you need to hear them, until you begin to believe." She slid her hand behind his neck and tugged his head down for another kiss. Nick startled her with his sudden passion. Picking her up with surprising ease, he carried her to the bed and laid her gently on the mattress. He removed his own clothes hastily, then moved over her with urgency. His touch was firm yet tender as he sought closeness, his need for connection overwhelming. Lottie welcomed him, her heart full, as they found solace in each other's embrace. As soon as Nick held her close, his intense emotions seemed to calm. He hovered over her, his strong arms resting on either side of her head, his chest rising and falling with deep breaths. Lottie lay beneath him, her heart racing as they embraced. His lips met hers again, this time tenderly, as he kissed her with slow, gentle affection. She had always remembered their past moments fondly, the sweet, fleeting touches of a stranger's lips, but this was different, deep, intense, and overwhelming. She longed for his closeness, sighing as his fingers lightly traced her skin. He took his time, drawing out each moment with care, teasing her with soft touches that left her wanting more. Eager, Lottie tried to pull him nearer, but he held back, keeping a steady, unhurried pace, soothing her with quiet words when she protested. Suddenly he shifted, catching her by surprise. Lottie looked up at him, breathless. "What are you doing?" she whispered. He answered with another tender kiss, guiding her with a rhythm she soon understood. Gentle movements followed by deeper ones, a pattern that left her trembling with joy. Overwhelmed, she clung to him, lost in the moment. When the intensity began to fade, Nick adjusted their positions slightly, shifting to hold her even closer. "I can't," Lottie murmured, breathless, knowing what he wanted but feeling it was too much. "Let me," Nick whispered, his touch patient and skilled as he continued, bringing her warmth and comfort. She was amazed at how quickly the sensation returned, her heart racing as he moved with her, beside her, around her. "Oh!" The sound escaped her lips as she reached another peak, her fingers tightening against him. She lost track of how many times he brought her such happiness, or how long they stayed like that. He whispered sweet words in her ear, affection, admiration, telling her how much she meant to him. He gave her more joy than she thought possible, until finally, exhausted, she softly asked him to stop. Reluctantly, he did, holding her close one last time before they settled together. Lottie barely had the strength to move, but she reached for him and whispered, "Will you stay?" "Yes," she heard him say. "Yes." Relieved and content, she drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 13 sunlight streamed through the windows. Lottie had left open the night before to let in the cool air. She yawned and stretched, wincing slightly at the unfamiliar soreness in her muscles. Then, remembering the night before, she turned over. A warm thrill ran through her as she saw Nick sleeping beside her. His strong frame relaxed in the morning light. His face was half, buried in the pillow, his breathing slow and steady. The faint shadow of stubble along his jaw gave him a rugged look. Lottie had never felt such deep affection for anyone before. This longing to know everything about him, the simple joy of being near him. Propping herself up on one elbow, Lottie realized that she'd never had the opportunity to view him at her leisure. The lines of his body were sleek and strong, his broad back tapering to a lean waist and hips, his frame densely muscled yet smooth. She admired the firm curve of his form, covered by the sheet that lay low on his hips, and she wanted to see more of him. Glancing cautiously at his peaceful face, she reached down to the edge of the white linen and began to ease it away. With a swiftness that made her gasp, Nick reached out and took her wrist. His eyes opened to study her drowsily, and a smile lit the depths of warm blue. When he spoke, his voice was sleep, roughened. "It's not fair to admire a man while he's asleep." "I wasn't admiring," Lottie said impishly. "Women don't admire." She gave him a boldly appraising glance. "But I do like the way you look in the morning." Releasing her, Nick shook his head with a snort of disbelief, scrubbing his fingers through his dishevelled hair. He rolled to his side, revealing a chest covered with thick dark curls. Tempted beyond her ability to resist, Lottie wriggled closer to him. "Did you ever spend the night with your friend?" she asked, entwining her legs with his. "You mean with Gemma? Goodness, no. Then I'm the first woman you've ever slept with," she said, pleased. He touched her softly, his fingertips tracing the silken curve of her shoulder. "Yes." Lottie made no protest as he rolled her to her back, his head lowering to her. Relaxing beneath him, she luxuriated in the tangle of sunshine and white linen, her arms curving around his dark head. "Nick, we can't," she said suddenly. Her gaze shot to the clock on the mantel. "Goodness, we're late." "Late for what?" he asked in a muffled voice, resisting as she attempted to push his heavy frame away. "Sophia and Sir Ross promised to be here at 10 o'clock. There's barely enough time to bathe and dress." "Oh, do get off me! I must hurry!" With a frown, Nick allowed her to squirm out from beneath him. "I want to stay in bed." "We can't." "We're going to tour the house with Sophia and Sir Ross, and you're going to make yourself agreeable and praise your sister for the splendid job she's done, and thank them both for their generosity, and then we'll entertain them for an early supper, after which they will return to Silver Hill." Nick lounged on his side as he watched her descend from the bed. That's going to be at least 12 hours from now. I'm not going to be able to keep my hands off of you for that long. Then you'll have to devise some means off. Lottie broke off and inhaled sharply as she stood upright. What is it? He asked alertly. Lottie blushed from her head to her toes. I'm sore. In places that I'm not usually sore. Nick understood immediately. A sheepish grin touched his lips, and he hung his head in an unconvincing effort at penitence. I'm sorry. An after-effect of closeness. Is that what it was? Lottie hobbled to a chair near the hearth, where she had left her robe. Hastily, she wrapped it around herself. An ancient art form, he explained. Ritualized methods designed to prolong affection. Lottie's high colour persisted as she recalled the night. Well, it certainly was prolonged. Not really. Experts often spend hours at a time. She gave him an appalled glance. Could you do that, if you wished? Standing from the bed, Nick walked over to her. He took her into his arms and nuzzled her soft blonde hair, playing with the loose braid that hung down her back. With you, I wouldn't mind trying, he said, smiling against her temple. No, thank you. I can barely walk as it is. She searched through the tousled hair on his chest, finding the point of his nipple. I'm afraid I'm not going to encourage any of your meditative practices. That's all right, he replied amiably. There are other things we can do. His voice softened. I haven't begun to show you the things I know. I was afraid of that, she said, and he laughed. His large hand cupped the back of her head, tilting it until her face was lifted to his. Lottie was amazed by the expression in his eyes, the warmth that glowed in the deep blue depths. His mouth lowered to hers slowly, as if he thought she might pull away. She realized that he feared her willingness to kiss him might have faded with the morning light. Holding still for him, she let her eyes close as she felt the gentle warmth of his lips cover hers. Nick hardly recognized himself in the days that followed. His confession to Lottie, and her astonishing reaction to it, had changed everything. She should have been repelled by the things he had told her, yet she had embraced him, accepted him, without hesitation. He didn't understand why. He watched her carefully for signs of regret, thinking that she would come to her senses. But the expected rejection did not come. Lottie opened herself to him in every way, emotionally and physically. Her trust unnerved him. His own need for her unnerved him. To realize the extent to which his independence had been compromised. Yet, he could not seem to stop it from happening. Faced with this inevitability, Nick had no choice but to surrender to it, and day after day, he let it settle deeper inside him, this fragile, exhilarating warmth that he could only identify as happiness. He was no longer restless and driven, no longer longing for things he couldn't have. For the first time in his life, he was at peace. Even his nightmares seemed to have faded. He slept more soundly than he ever had, and if his dreams began to trouble him, he awakened to find Lottie's small form nestled against his, her soft hair trailing over his arm. He had never been this idler lingering in bed, sharing quiet moments with his wife, taking long rides or walks with her, even going on a picnic and enjoying himself despite the feeling that he should be in London with Morgan and the others, doing something useful. It began to bother him, though, the old familiar urge to roam the streets. The thrill of pursuit and resolution. He did not know how to be a viscount, and he felt vaguely out of place here, at his own childhood home. No magical change had occurred with the arrival of the summons. Noble blood or not, he was a product of the streets. I've been thinking about what you need. Lottie told him one morning as they walked away from the house along a paved rose path that overlooked a long, formal pool adorned with water lilies. Beyond the pool, a broad curving lawn led to a chain of artificial lakes, bordered by a forest of cedar and elm. Nick had taken her on a shortcut he had used often as a boy, bypassing the lawn by jumping over a short stone wall and heading straight into the forest. Smiling at Lottie's statement, Nick lifted his arms to help her descend from the wall. Although she could easily have jumped by herself, she accepted his help, resting her hands on his shoulders as he took hold of her waist. What is it that I need? He asked, letting her slide down until her feet touched the ground. A purpose. What? Something worthwhile for you to pursue, something not related to estate management. Nick let his gaze drift over Lottie's small, graceful form, clad in a peach-coloured walking dress trimmed with chocolate brown. I already have that, he said and settled his lips over hers. He felt her smile before she yielded to the tender pressure of his mouth, opening for the gentle touch of his kiss. I mean something that would keep you busy in your spare time, she said breathlessly when he ended the kiss. He slid his hand along the side of her waist. So do I. Lottie pulled away from him with a laugh, her flat ankle boots tromping on the carpet of leaves as she strode into the forest. Thin shafts of sunlight filtered through the ancient canopy of foliage, laden branches overhead, catching the pale gleam of her pinned-up hair and making it flash like silver. Sir Ross has his interest in judicial reform, she pointed out, as well as his concerns for the rights of women and children. If you were to take up some pursuit that would benefit the public in some manner, you could put your seat in the Lords to some good use. Wet, he said warily, following her through the maze of trees. If you're going to start comparing me to my saintly brother-in-law. I merely used him as an example, not as a basis for comparison. Stopping beside a huge elm, she ran her hand along the deep furrows of mottled grey bark. The point is, you have spent the past few years of your life serving the public and helping people, and for you to stop so suddenly. I haven't been helping people, Nick interrupted, affronted. I've been rubbing elbows with lawbreakers and those in unfortunate circumstances, and chasing fugitives from Tyburn to East Wapping. Lottie gave him a wry stare, her dark brown eyes filled with an inexplicable tenderness. And in doing so, you've made London safer and brought justice to those who deserved it. For heaven's sake, why are you offended at the implication that you may have actually done something good now and then? I don't want to be portrayed as something I'm not, Nick said curtly. I see you exactly for what you are, she informed him, and I would be the last to call you a saint. Good. On the other hand, your work as a runner did serve to benefit other people, whether you choose to admit it or not. Therefore, you will now need to find some meaningful activity to occupy your time. Casually, Lottie walked on, stepping over a fallen branch. You want me to turn into a reformist? He asked in disgust, following her. Deliberately ignoring his sudden bad humour, Lottie continued through the trees until the forest opened to reveal a small, glittering lake. There must be some issue that concerns you. Something you want to fight for? What about improving the horrid condition of the Thames, or the workhouses in which the elderly, children, and the troubled are all mixed together with no one to tend them? Next, you'll want me to make speeches in Parliament and give charity balls. He scowled at the thought. Lottie continued listing problems that needed to be addressed. Insufficient public education, the cruelty of certain sports, the plight of orphans, or discharged prisoners. You've made your point, Nick interrupted, coming to stand beside her. What about prison reform? There's a subject that you can address with some conviction. Nick froze, unable to believe that Lottie had dared to say it to him. He kept that part of his past closed in some distant part of his mind. For her to mention it in such a relaxed manner was like an attack, a betrayal, but as he stared into her upturned face and struggled to reply, he saw the absolute gentleness in her expression. Be comfortable with me, the soft light in her eyes entreated. Let me share some of your burden. He tore his gaze away, the flare of defensive rage melting into alarm. Holy heavens, he wanted to believe in her, to give her the last part of his soul that the world had not yet stained and shredded and ruined. But how could he let himself be that vulnerable? I'll think about it, he heard himself say raspily. Lottie smiled, reaching out to stroke his chest. I'm afraid that if you don't apply yourself to a worthy cause, you'll go mad from inactivity. You're not a man to spend all of your time pursuing idle amusements. And now that you are no longer working at Bow Street, she paused, seeming troubled by something she saw in his eyes. You miss it, don't you? No, he said lightly. The truth, she insisted with a frown, catching her hand in his. Nick drew her along the path beside the lake. I do miss it, he admitted. I've been a thief-taker for too long. I like the challenge of it. I like the feeling of outwitting those scoundrels on the streets. I know how they think. Each time I hunt down an escaped criminal, or some vile offender, and throw him into the Bow Street strongroom, it gives me a satisfaction like nothing else. He paused, searching for the right words. I've won the game. Lottie repeated carefully. Is that how you think of it? All the runners do. You have to, if you're going to outfox your opponent. You need to stay detached, otherwise you'll get distracted. It Must have been quite difficult at times to maintain your detachment. Never. He assured her. It's always been easy for me to shut away my feelings. I see. But while Lottie seemed to understand what he was telling her, there was a barely perceptible edge of skepticism in her tone, as if she doubted that he still had the ability to remain completely emotionless. Troubled and annoyed, Nick fell silent as they continued around the lake, and he told himself that he could hardly wait to leave the idyllic scenery of Worcestershire and return to London. Chapter 14. You're going to Bow Street today, aren't you? Lottie asked, cradling a cup of tea in her hands as she watched Nick devour a large plate of eggs, fruit, and currant bread. Nick glanced at her with a deliberately bland smile. Why do you ask? Since they had returned from Worcestershire 3 days earlier, he had met with bankers, hired an estate agent, visited his tailor, and spent an afternoon at Tom's coffee house with friends. For all Lottie knew, today would proceed in much the same manner, but somehow her intuition had led her to suspect otherwise, because you have a certain look in your eyes whenever you go to meet Sir Grant or anyone else at Bow Street. Nick could not help grinning at his wife's suspicious expression. She had the instincts and the tenacity of a rat terrier, and he considered that a compliment, though she would probably not. As it happens, I'm not going to Bow Street, he said mildly. It was the truth, although only in the most technical sense. I'm just going to visit a friend, Eddie Sayer. I've told you about him before, remember? Yes, he's one of the runners. Lottie's eyes narrowed above the delicate edge of her teacup. What are the two of you planning? You're not going to do something dangerous, are you? Her voice contained an edge of apprehension, and her gaze swept over him with a possessive concern that made his heart knock hard in his chest. Nick struggled to understand what those signs meant. It almost seemed as if she was worried for him, that his safety mattered to her. She had never looked at him that way before, and he was not certain how to react. Carefully he reached out and pulled her from the chair, settling her on his lap. Nothing dangerous at all, he said against the softness of her cheek. Delighted by the warmth of her skin, he worked his way to her ear and brushed the delicate lobe with his lips. I would hardly risk coming home to you in less than full working order. Lottie shifted in his lap, and the movement sent a jolt of warmth through him. Where are you and Mr. Sayer going to meet? She persisted. Ignoring the question, Nick ran his hand over the bodice of her morning dress, made of a soft white fabric printed with tiny flowers and leaves. The scooped neckline revealed the tender line of her throat, presenting a sight too lovely to resist. Lowering his mouth to her neck, he kissed her sweet skin, while his hand rested gently beneath the rustling layers of her skirts. You're not going to distract me that way, Lottie told him, but he heard the hitch of her breath when he found the smooth reach of her thigh. He made a discovery that sent a warm thrill through his body, his pulse quickening as he pressed closer. You're not wearing drawers, he murmured, his hand brushing lightly over her bare limbs. It's too hot today, she said breathlessly, wiggling to evade him, pushing ineffectually at his hand beneath her dress. I most certainly did not discard them for your benefit, and Nick, stop that. The maid is going to come in at any moment. Then I'll have to be quick. You're never quick, Nico. Her body curled against his as his fingers traced the delicate curve of her waist, her breath catching as she responded to his touch. I'm going to do this to you next week at the Markenfields ball, he said softly, his thumb gliding along her side. I'm going to take you to some quiet corner and pull up the front of your dress and tease you until you can hardly stand it. No, she protested faintly, her eyes closing as she felt his fingers gently tracing her skin. Oh, yes. Nick withdrew his hand and playfully traced the sensitive spot at her waist until he felt her body tensing in his lap. I'll keep you quiet with my lips, he whispered, and I'll be kissing you when you melt against me like this. He wrapped his arms around her and covered her lips with his as she sighed and trembled. When she had relaxed in his embrace, Nick lifted his mouth and smiled into her flushed face. Was that quick enough for you? The brief interlude at the breakfast table left Nick's senses pleasantly awakened and his mind filled with agreeable thoughts about what would happen when he returned home later in the day. In good spirits, he hired a hackney to convey him to his meeting place with Eddie Sayer. It would not have been wise to take a good horse or a private carriage to the Shadows Rest Tavern. a place frequented by those on the wrong side of the law. Nick had long been familiar with the Shadow's Rest, as it was part of the area around Fleet Ditch, where he had once owned a discreet establishment. Fleet Ditch, London's main sewer, cut through a region of heavy criminal activity. It was arguably the heart of the underworld, situated amidst 4 prisons including Newgate, the Fleet, and Bridewell. For years Nick had known no other home. At the height of his career as a crime lord, Nick had rented an elegant office in town to meet with upper-class clients and bank representatives who were understandably reluctant to go to Fleet Ditch. However, he had spent the majority of his time in a discreet house not far from the ditch, gradually becoming accustomed to the perpetual stench. There he had schemed, set traps, and skillfully built a network of smugglers and informants. He had always expected to meet an early end, having once agreed with the words of a criminal he had seen at Tyburn. A life has been well, spent if it be short but merry. But just before Nick had been about to face the consequences of his actions, Sir Ross Cannon had stepped in with his infamous deal. Much as Nick hated to admit it, the years he had spent as a runner had been the best of his life. Although he had always resented Sir Ross's manipulations, there was no denying that his brother-in-law had changed his life for the better. Nick glanced curiously at the dark, crowded streets, where swarms of people moved in and out of ramshackle buildings that were seemingly piled one atop the other. Coming here after having just left his clean, pretty wife in the serene little house on Betterton Street was jarring. And strangely, the anticipation of going on the hunt was not half as strong as it used to be. Nick had expected to feel the savage thrill of prowling through the most dangerous area in London, and instead, he was damned if he wasn't half sorry that he had agreed to come help Saya today. But why? He was no coward, no pampered aristocrat. It was just, he had the perplexing feeling, that he did not belong here anymore. He had something to lose, and he did not want to risk it. Shaking his head in confusion, Nick entered the tavern and found Saya waiting at a table in a dark corner. The place was as rank and filthy and crowded as ever, smelling like refuse, gin, and sweat. Saya greeted him with a friendly grin. Young, dashing, and large-framed, Saya was undoubtedly the best runner that Sir Grant had now that Nick had left the force. Although Nick was glad to see his friend, he had an odd sinking feeling as he saw the gleam of reckless excitement in Saya's eyes, and realized that he did not share it. Nick did not doubt that his abilities and instincts were still there, but he no longer possessed the hunger to hunt. He wanted to be at home with his wife. "Morgan will have my head if he finds out that I asked you to do this," Saya said ruefully. "He won't find out." Nick joined him at the table, shaking his head in refusal as a barmaid approached them with a jug of ale. The coarse-faced girl pretended to pout, then winked as she sidled away. "I could do it myself, I think," Saya said softly, heedful of the possibility of being overheard. "But I don't know all the ins and outs of Fleet Ditch as well as you do. No one does. And you're the only one who could easily identify the fellow I want to catch, as you've had prior experience with him. Who is it?" Nick set his forearms on the table and removed them promptly as he felt his sleeves sticking to the wooden surface. Dick Follard. The name took Nick by surprise. Unlike the average criminal in London, most of whom were opportunists, Follard was of that category considered to be the criminal elite, both skillful and ruthless. Nick had arrested Follard 2 years ago, after the man had robbed the house of a prosperous attorney and harmed the man and assaulted his wife when they'd offered resistance. However, Follard had been spared the gallows and been transported instead, in return for offering evidence against his accomplices. Follard was sent to Australia, Nick said. "Has come back?" Saya replied with a grim smile. "Like a dog to its mess." "How do you know that?" "I can't prove it, unfortunately. But there have been rumours of sightings lately, not to mention a string of violent robberies that look exactly like Follard's work. Yesterday I questioned a poor woman who was attacked by a thief who had broken into her home and harmed her husband. Same method of breaking in, same injuries on the body, and the woman's description of her attacker matched Follard's. Right down to the scar on the right side of the neck." Nick frowned, pinching the bridge of his nose as he pondered the information. "I can't believe that Morgan would send you to catch Follard alone." "He didn't," Saya said cheerfully. "He wants me to question some of Follard's old cohorts and give him a report. I'd rather just bring Follard in directly." Nick couldn't help grinning at that, knowing exactly what Morgan's reaction to that would be. If you succeed, Morgan will tear into you for such reckless showmanship. Yes, and then he'll thank me for capturing a returned transportee. And I'll be on the front page of the Times, with scores of women begging for my attention. Nick's smile turned wry. That's not as enjoyable as you might think, he informed his friend. No. Well, I'd like to try it, nevertheless. Sayer cocked his brow expectantly. Are you game? Nick nodded with a sigh. Where do you want to start looking? Reports of that Follett has been seen in the slums between Hanging Axe Alley and Dead Man's Lane. It's like an anthill with all the holes in the walls, and tunnels between the cellars. Yes, I know the place. Nick kept his face expressionless, although he was aware of cold distaste coiling in his belly. He had gone into those slums before, and even with his high tolerance for the horrors of the underworld, it was a nasty experience. The last time he had visited Hanging Axe Alley, he had seen a mother trading her child's company for gin, while beggars and street workers crammed in the narrow lanes like sardines. We'll have to search quickly, Nick said. Once they realize we're in the area, word will spread fast, and Follett will slip away before we ever spot him. Sayer grinned with barely repressed enthusiasm. Let's go then. You lead the way. They left the tavern and made their way through streets, bisected with open gutters, the stench of dead animals and rotting garbage hanging thick in the air. The decaying buildings leaned against each other as if in exhaustion, groaning with every strong wind that blew against them. There were no signs to identify streets, nor were there numbers on houses or buildings. A stranger to the area could easily become lost and quickly find himself robbed, injured, and left in some dark yard or alley. The poverty of the slum inhabitants was unimaginable, and their only escape was the temporary one to be found in a gin shop. In fact, there was a gin shop on nearly every street. It bothered Nick to see the wretchedness of the people around him. The skeletal children, the degraded women, and desperate men. The only healthy creatures to be found were the rats and mice that scuttled across the street. Until now, Nick had accepted all of this as an inevitable part of life. For the first time, he wondered what could be done for these people. Good heavens, they needed so much that it nearly overwhelmed him. He remembered what Lottie had said to him only a few days earlier. There must be some issue that concerns you, she had said. Something you want to fight for. Now that he'd had time to consider it, he had to admit that she was right. As Lord Sydney, he could accomplish far more than he ever had as Nick Gentry. Shoving his hands in his pockets, Nick glanced cautiously at Sayer, who was clearly thinking of nothing more than finding Dick Follett. Just as he should be. No distractions, Nick warned himself, even as another voice filtered through his mind. There comes a time when a man has pushed his luck once too often. Morgan had told him, and if he's too stubborn or slow-witted to realize it, he'll pay the price. I knew when to stop, and so must you. It was indeed time to stop, although Nick hadn't known it until this moment. After helping Sayer with this one task, Nick would finally let go of his identity as a runner and reinvent himself once more. This time as Lord Sydney, a man with a wife, a home, perhaps even children someday. The idea of seeing Lottie expecting his child caused a sweet pang in his chest. Finally, he was beginning to understand why Sir Ross had found it so easy to resign from the magistracy when he'd married, and why Morgan valued his family above all else. Gentry, Sayer muttered. Gentry? Lost in his thoughts, Nick did not notice until Sayer spoke once more. Sydney! Nick gave him an inquiring glance. Yes? Sayer was frowning. Keep your wits about you. You seem a bit distracted. I'm fine, Nick said curtly, realizing that he had indeed been preoccupied. In this place, that could be a dangerous mistake. They ventured into the slum district, and Nick assessed the area with a critical glance, trying to remember what he knew of the warren of alleys, tunnels, and crossways between buildings. He passed a hand lightly over his chest, checking the reassuring weight of an iron-filled leather cudgel in his coat pocket. Let's start with the buildings on the north side of the street. Nick said, We'll work our way to the corner. Sayer nodded, his body tensing visibly as he prepared for action. They searched the buildings methodically, pausing briefly to ask questions of those who seemed likely to know something. The rooms and burrows were badly lit, not to mention crowded and fetid. Nick and Sayer met with no resistance, although they were the focus of many suspicious and hostile stares. In a workshop near the end of the street, ostensibly a buckle maker's shop, but in reality a harbour for counterfeiters and forgers. Nick saw the betraying flicker in a scrawny old man's eyes when he heard the mention of Follard's name. While Sayer checked through the shop, Nick approached the man with an inquiring gaze. "Do you know anything about Follard?" Nick asked gently, fingering the edge of his own left sleeve with his opposite hand, in a signal well known to those in the London rookeries. The subtle gesture was a promise of payment for valid information. The man's paper, thin lids lowered over his yellowed eyes as he considered the offer. "I might." Nick crossed his palm with a few coins, and the old man's wrinkled fingers closed over the money. "Can you tell me where I may find him?" "Why, I might try the gin shop on Melancholy Lane." Nodding in thanks, Nick glanced at Sayer and indicated with a swerve of his gaze that it was time to leave. Once outside, they headed swiftly to Melancholy Lane, just 2 streets over from Hanjing Axe Alley. As with most gin shops near Fleet Ditch, the place was heavily packed long before noon, with drunken patrons sitting on the ground in a stupor. After conferring briefly, Nick went to the entrance of the shop, while Sayer circled the dilapidated building to find the exit in back. As soon as Nick entered the shop, a few uneasy murmurs went through the crowd inside. It was an unfortunate fact that a runner's height and size made it nearly impossible for him to blend in with a crowd. It was even more unfortunate that Nick had made countless enemies in the underworld. Once he had given evidence against his criminal associates and went to serve at Bow Street. That hadn't exactly increased his popularity in Fleet Ditch. Ignoring the threatening murmurs, Nick glanced over the crowd with narrowed eyes. Suddenly he saw the face he had been looking for. Through his travels from one continent to another, Dick Follard hadn't changed one whit. His sharp features surmounted with the same shock of oily black hair, his pointed teeth giving his mouth a jagged appearance. Their gazes met in a moment of icy, electric challenge. Follard was gone in an instant, slipping through the crowd with the ease of a shadow as he headed to the back of the shop. Nick shoved past the mass of bodies in his way, pushing through them with blind determination. By the time he reached the alley, Follard had disappeared into a complex network of fences, walls, and side streets. Sayer was nowhere to be seen. "Sayer!" Nick shouted. "Where are you?" "Over here," came the runner's hoarse cry, and Nick spun around to see him climbing a 6-foot-high fence in pursuit of Follard. Following swiftly, Nick clambered over the fence, dropped to the ground, and ran full tilt down a dark alley shadowed by the overhanging eaves of the buildings on either side. The alley came to an abrupt end, and Nick skidded to a halt as he saw Sayer staring upward. Follard was scaling the deteriorated outside wall of an ancient 3-story warehouse, resembling a spider as he sought fingerholds in the broken brick surface. After ascending 2 stories, he finally managed to reach a hole large enough for him to slip into. His wiry frame disappeared inside the warehouse. Sayer cursed in disgust. "We've lost him," he said flatly. "There's no way I would try that." Surveying the wall appraisingly, Nick approached it with a few running strides, launching himself upward. He took the same path Follard had, digging his hands and the toes of his boots into the crumbling holes in the wall, using them to gain purchase. Panting with effort, he climbed after the vanished fugitive. "Wow, Gentry," he heard Sayer exclaim approvingly. "I'll find some other way to get inside." Nick continued to scale the wall until he crawled into the gaping 2nd-story opening. Once inside, he went still and listened intently. He heard the sound of footsteps above. His gaze shot to a ladder that led to the top floor of the building, in place of a set of stairs that had crumbled long ago. Nick headed to it with rapid, stealthy strides. The ladder was comparatively new, indicating that the warehouse was being put to use despite its deterioration. Most likely the building served to store smuggled or stolen goods, as well as providing an excellent sanctuary for fugitives. No law enforcement officer with any wits would have dared set foot in the dilapidated place. The ladder creaked from Nick's weight. Once he reached the 3rd floor, he saw that the floor planks and rafters had mostly rotted away, leaving only a row of support timbers that resembled the ribs of a massive, decaying skeleton. Although the edges of the space still bore some flimsy planks, the center of the floor was gone, as was that of the 2nd story, leaving a potentially dangerous 30-foot drop straight through the middle of the building. As soon as Dick Follard saw Nick, he turned and began to make his way across one of the support timbers. Immediately Nick realized his intentions. The building next door was so close that it would require a 3-foot leap at most. All Follard had to do was launch himself from one of the gaping window openings, and he could escape to the adjoining rooftop. Determined, Nick followed him, steeling himself to ignore the yawning void beneath the timber. Placing his feet carefully, he pursued Follard's retreating form, gaining confidence as he passed the halfway mark on the beam. However, just as he was about to reach the end, an ominous crack pierced the silence, and he felt the beam give way beneath him. His weight had been too much for the weakened wood. With a sharp breath, Nick launched himself toward the next timber and somehow caught it on his descent. Blindly he clutched at the beam and wrapped his arms around it. A shower of broken timber and brittle planks fell with a thunderous sound, while a stinging rain of dust and powdered wood made Nick's eyes blur. Gasping, he fought to lift himself atop the timber, but a sudden jarring blow to his back nearly caused him to fall. Nick grunted in mingled surprise and pain and looked into Follard's triumphant face above him. A cruel grin split the man's narrow face. "I'll send you down, Gentry," he said, venturing farther out onto the beam. He stomped on Nick's hand with his booted foot. The bones in Nick's fingers cracked, drawing a growl of agony from his throat. Follard laughed in manic glee. "1," he cried. "2." He stomped again, the crushing force of his foot causing a sharp burst of pain to shoot up Nick's arm. Follard's boot lifted once more as he prepared for the final strike. 3. Nick gasped and grabbed at Follard's ankle, jerking him off balance. Letting out a shrill scream, Follard toppled from the beam, his body falling 2 stories to hit the bottom floor with devastating force. Nick didn't dare look down. Desperately, he focused his attention on pulling himself onto the beam. Unfortunately, his strength had been depleted, and his left hand was injured. Struggling helplessly over the dangerous drop, he realized with disbelief that he might not survive. The note trembled in Lottie's hand as she read it again. "Lottie, please help me. Mama says that Lord Radnor is coming to take me away. I do not want to go anywhere with him, but she and Papa say I must. They have locked me in my room until he comes. I pray you will not let this happen, Lottie, as you are my only hope. Your loving sister." Ellie, a village boy, had brought the tear-stained letter not long after Nick had left for the day. The boy claimed that Ellie had bid him to come to her bedroom window and given him the message. "She said if I brought it to ye, I get an half-crown," he said, shifting his weight uneasily, as if he suspected that the promise would not be honoured. Lottie had gratified the boy by giving him a half-sovereign instead, and then sent him to the kitchen with Mrs. Trench for a hot meal. Pacing around the entrance hall, she gnawed frantically on her knuckle as she wondered what to do. She had no way of knowing when Nick would return home. But if she waited too long, Radnor might have already fetched Ellie. The thought filled her with such distress that Lottie clenched her fists and uttered a cry of outrage. Her parents, allowing Radnor to come take poor innocent Ellie, as if she were an animal to be traded. "She's only 16, she said aloud, her face hot with anger. How could they possibly live with themselves? And there had been no mention of marriage in the note, which could only lead Lottie to believe that her parents were virtually sacrificing Ellie for their own benefit. The realization made her ill. No, she could not wait for Nick. She would go and collect Ellie herself, before Radnor came. In fact, Lottie was furious with herself for not already having done so. But who could have predicted that Radnor would have wanted Ellie, or that her parents would have given her to him like this? "Harriet," she called out sharply, striding to the nearest bell-pull and tugging it frantically. "Harriet!" The dark-haired maid appeared at once, having run so fast that her spectacles were a bit askew. "Milady, fetch my travelling coat and bonnet." Pausing, Lottie considered the footman in Nick's employ and decided that Daniel was the largest and most capable man to help her in his absence. "Tell Daniel that he is to accompany me on an errand. I want the carriage to be readied immediately." "Yes, Lady Sydney." Harriet rushed to obey, seeming infected by Lottie's urgency. In less than a minute, Daniel appeared, his tall form clad in black livery. He was a good-natured, robust young man with dark brown hair and sherry-coloured eyes. "My lady," he said, making an impeccable bow and waiting for her instructions. Receiving her bonnet from Harriet, Lottie tied it deftly beneath her chin. "Daniel, we are going to my parents' home to fetch my younger sister. I have no doubt that my family will offer strong objections. There is even a possibility of a confrontation, and while I don't want anyone to be harmed, we must bring my sister back here with us. I trust that I may depend on you." He understood what she was asking. "Naturally, my lady." She smiled slightly, her face pale. "Thank you." The carriage was prepared in record time, and Lottie clutched the balled-up note in her fist as the vehicle rolled swiftly away from Betterton Street. She tried to make herself think clearly, to understand what was happening. What did Radnor want with her sister? In the years that Lottie had known him, he had barely seemed to notice Ellie's existence, except to make disparaging comments. That Ellie was plump, simple-minded, unrefined. Why choose her, of all women, to make his companion? Perhaps because Radnor knew that it was the worst way to hurt Lottie. He knew that she could never be content in her marriage, to Nick knowing that her happiness had been purchased at the price of her sister's. Seething with fear and anger, Lottie twisted her hands in her skirts. It took only a quarter-hour to reach her parents' home, but to Lottie the wait was unbearable. When they arrived at the street of Tudor houses and Lord Radnor's carriage was nowhere in sight, Lottie allowed herself to feel a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she was not too late. The vehicle halted, and Daniel helped her down. His calm face helped to steady her frayed nerves as she stepped to the pavement and allowed him to accompany her to the house. The front yard was vacant, her brothers and sisters strangely absent. At Lottie's nod, Daniel used his fist to knock firmly on the door, alerting the occupants of the house to their arrival. Soon the door was opened by a maid. "Miss Howard," the maid said uneasily, her eyes wide in her freckled face. "I am Lady Sydney now," Lottie replied and glanced at the footman. "You may wait out here, Daniel. I will call for you if your assistance is needed." "Yes, milady." Entering the house, Lottie saw her parents standing in the doorway of one of the receiving rooms. Her mother, looking pinched and determined, her father hardly able to lift his gaze from the ground. The signs of their guilt fanned her outrage into quiet fury. "Where is Ellie?" she demanded without preamble. Her mother stared at her without emotion. "That is not your concern, Charlotte. As I made clear during your last visit, you are not welcome here. You cut yourself off from the family with your selfish actions." A bitter reply rose to Lottie's lips, but before she could utter a word, she heard a determined thumping sound from the back of the house. "Lottie!" came her sister's muffled voice.
"Lottie, I'm here!"
"Don't leave me. I'm coming," Lottie called and shot her parents a disbelieving gaze. "Shame on you," she said softly, each word an indictment. "You planned to give her to Radnor, knowing that would ruin any chance for her to have a decent life. How can you live with yourselves?" Ignoring her mother's vehement outcry, Lottie strode to Ellie's bedroom and turned the key that had been left in the lock. Ellie burst from the room with a flurry of grateful sobs, throwing herself on Lottie. Her brown hair was matted and tangled. "I knew you'd help me," she gasped, blotting her wet cheeks on Lottie's shoulders. "I knew it. Lottie, take me away at once. He's coming. He'll be here any minute." Hugging the sobbing girl, Lottie rubbed her back and murmured quietly, "I will always come when you need me, Ellie. Go collect your things, and I'll take you home with me." The girl shook her head vehemently. "There's no time. We must go now." "All right." Keeping her arm around Ellie, Lottie walked with her back to the front of the house. "You can tell me everything once we're on our way." "Lottie." Ellie continued to sob. "It's been so dreadful. So very." The girl stopped with a half-scream as they neared the entrance and saw the thin, austere form of Arthur, Lord Radnor, standing with their parents. He must have arrived the moment after she had. Lottie showed no emotion, but her heart thundered in her chest as she stared into his calculating dark eyes. She tightened her arm around Ellie's shoulders and spoke with a coolness she was far from feeling. "I won't let you have her, Lord Radnor. Sydney," Nick heard Sayre's loud cry from somewhere below. "Don't let go." "Not planning to," Nick muttered, even as his injury-soaked fingers slipped on the rotting timber. There was a dull roar in his ears. His arms felt numb, and his body was racked with excruciating pain. Strangely, his thoughts became calm and clear as he realized that Sayre wasn't going to reach him in time. He didn't want to be defeated. It was ironic. Had he been in this situation a few months ago, he might not have cared. A life short but merry. That was all he had ever expected. He wouldn't have thought to ask for more, but that was before he'd found Lottie. He wanted time with her. He wanted to hold her again. He wanted to tell her how much he loved her, when he had never thought to feel love for anyone. And he wanted to take care of her, to think that he would no longer be able to watch over her, that she would be unprotected, vulnerable. His fingers slipped a bit more, and he gasped. Shutting his eyes, he clung hard to the beam, knowing that every second he held on was another chance of seeing her again. Pain seared through his side like fire, making sweat pop out on his face and drip down his neck in salty rivulets. Lottie, he thought in fear and agony. There was so much he finally understood, now that it was too late. The thought of her would be the last of his life. Her name the final sound his lips would make. Lottie! Suddenly there was a brutal squeezing pressure on his wrist, as if an iron clamp had fastened around it. I have you. Saya's steady voice cut through the clamour of his thoughts. Saya was on the beam with him, despite the warning groans of the decomposing timber. Nick wanted to tell him to leave, that the structure wouldn't bear their combined weight, but he couldn't summon the breath. You'll have to trust me, Sydney, Saya continued. Let go with your other hand, and I'll pull you up. Nick's every instinct rebelled at the suggestion. To release his grip and hang suspended, depending entirely on someone else's strength. No choice, Saya said through clenched teeth. Let go, darn it, and let me help you. Now, Nick made himself release his grip on the timber. He swung free for one terrifying moment. He felt Saya's grip tighten to a crushing vise and a mighty tug upward as the runner hauled him, just far enough to balance his weight on top of the crackling wood. Move forward. Saya muttered, retaining his hold on Nick's arm, and together they manoeuvred away from the perilous fall. When they had both retreated from the beam and found the safety of some relatively sound planking, they collapsed side by side, gasping violently. Darn, Saya rasped when he had sufficient breath to speak. You're a heavy one, Sydney. Disoriented, his body racked with pain, Nick tried to make himself comprehend that he was still alive. He drew his sleeve over his sweat-soaked brow and found that his arm was cramping and shaking, the abused muscles going wild. Saya sat up and regarded him with clear anxiety. It looks like you've strained some muscles, and your hand looks like it's been pushed through a sieve. But he was alive. It was too miraculous to believe. Nick had gotten a reprieve he didn't deserve, and by all that was holy, he was going to take advantage of it. As he thought of Lottie, he was seized with deep longing. Saya, he managed to say hoarsely, I've just decided something. Oh, from now on, you'll have to find your own way around Fleet Ditch. Saya grinned suddenly, seeming to understand the reasons behind his vehemence. I suppose you think you're too good for this place, now that you're a Viscount. I knew it was just a matter of time before you started putting on airs. Lord Radnor was clearly astonished to see Lottie at her family's home. His hard, black gaze moved from her face to Ellie's, comparing the two of them, cataloguing the differences. When he looked back at Lottie, his face was taut with a mixture of hatred and longing. You have no right to interfere, he said. My sister is an innocent young girl who has done nothing to you. Lottie flared. She doesn't deserve to suffer because of my actions. Leave her alone. I've invested 12 years of my life in you, Radnor said between clenched teeth, taking a step forward. And I will be repaid for those years one way or another. Lottie glanced incredulously at her parents. You can't truly mean to give her to him. How can you have slipped so far beyond decency? My husband said that he would take care of you and assume your debts. Ellie will have a better life this way, her father mumbled. Lord Radnor will provide well for her. You don't mind the fact that he intends to make her his companion? Lottie glared at them all, while Ellie cowered behind her and sobbed against her back. Well, I won't have it. I'm leaving now and taking Ellie with me, and if anyone dares to lay a finger on us, he will answer to Lord Sydney. The mention of Nick seemed to infuriate Lord Radnor. How dare you? You have cheated, betrayed, and insulted me beyond all bearing, and now you mean to deprive me of the one recompense I ask for. You don't want Ellie, Lottie said, staring at him steadily. You want to strike back at me, to punish me for marrying someone else. Yes, Radnor exploded fiercely, seeming to lose all self-control. Yes, I want to punish you. I raised you up from the mud, and you have brought yourself low again. You have corrupted yourself, and in doing so, you have deprived me of the only thing I have ever desired. He came to her in a few aggressive strides. Every night I lie abed imagining you with that man. He shouted into her face. How could you choose that loathsome person over me? The worst, most dishonourable man on. Lottie drew back her hand and struck him hard, her palm smacking the side of his face with numbing force. You aren't fit to speak his name. Their gazes locked, and Lottie saw the last remnants of sanity disappear from Radnor's eyes. He reached out for her, his hands closing around her like a hawk's talons, and he jerked her off her feet until she fell against him. Behind her, Ellie gave a fearful shriek. Lottie's parents appeared too stunned to move as Lord Radnor dragged her from the house. Caught fast in his grip, Lottie stumbled and tripped down the front steps. Radnor shouted something to his footman, while she fought and twisted in his arms, until he struck the side of her head, landing a painful blow on her ear. Lottie reared and shook her head to clear a shower of brilliant sparks. Her gaze found Daniel, who had been beset by Radnor's footman. Despite Daniel's size, he was no match for two of them. "My lady," Daniel cried, and reeled backward as a heavy fist smashed into his face. Radnor sank his hand into Lottie's hair and tangled his fingers tightly in the pinned-up locks. Locking his other arm around her neck, he forced her to go with him to his carriage. "See here, Radnor," came her father's anxious voice. "We've said you can have Ellie. Release Lottie, and we'll. This is what I want." Lord Radnor raged, dragging Lottie with his forearm clamped around her throat, making her choke and gasp as she was deprived of air. No more bargains. No substitutes. "I will have Charlotte and be done with all of you!" Lottie clawed frantically at the crushing grip of his arm, her lungs feeling as if they would burst. She couldn't breathe. She needed air. Black and red streaks blurred her vision, and she felt herself go limp in Radnor's punishing embrace. Chapter 15. Lottie did not fully regain her senses until she felt herself being half dragged, half carried into Lord Radnor's London home. Her head pounded viciously, and her throat ached as she struggled against his unrelenting grasp. Somewhere beneath her fear and fury, she was aware of a deep relief that Ellie had been spared. Her sister was safe, and now everything had boiled down to the confrontation that Lottie had always known would happen. Between her and the man who had dominated most of her life, although Lottie was aware of a few exclamations from nearby servants, none of them dared to interfere. They were all fearful of Radnor, and they would not lift a finger to prevent him from doing as he wished. She wondered what his purpose was in bringing her here. His London residence was the first place that would be investigated when it was discovered that she was missing. She would have expected him to take her to a remote place where they could not easily be found. Radnor hauled her to the library, locked the door shut, and shoved Lottie into a chair. Holding one hand to her bruised throat, she crumpled into the seat. A few moments later, she felt something hard and cold prod against her temple, while one of his hands pulled her head to the back of the chair. Lottie's heart stopped beating as she understood the reason that Lord Radnor had brought her here. Since he could not have her, he intended to end her. "I loved you," Radnor said quietly, sounding perfectly sane, even as the end of the pistol barrel trembled against her head. "I would have given you everything." Strangely, Lottie found that she was able to answer in just as rational a tone, as though they were having an ordinary conversation and her life was not about to end with the pull of his finger on the trigger. "You never loved me." It hurt her throat to speak, but she forced herself to continue. "You don't know the meaning of the word." The pistol shook harder. "How can you say that after all that I have sacrificed for you? Are you really so ignorant? In all the years that we've known each other, you've demonstrated domination, obsession, and desire, but those things aren't love. Then tell me what love is." His voice was thick with scorn, respect, acceptance, selflessness. All the things my husband has shown me in just a few short weeks. My flaws don't matter to him. He loves me without conditions, and I love him the same way. "You owe your love to me," he said harshly. "Perhaps I could have felt something for you had you ever tried to be kind." Lottie paused, closing her eyes as she felt the pistol nudge harder into her temple. "Strange, but I've never thought it mattered to you, whether I cared for you or not." "It does," Radnor said furiously. "I deserve that much from you, at least." How ironic. A humorless smile tugged at her dry lips. "You demanded perfection from me, something I could never attain, and yet the one thing I might have given you, affection, you never seemed to want. I want it now," Radnor stunned Lottie by saying, keeping the pistol pressed to her head. He moved in front of her and knelt until their faces were level. His face was ruddy with colour that burned not on the surface of his skin, but from deep underneath. His eyes were black with rage, or perhaps despair, and his thin mouth was contorted by some powerful emotion. Lottie had never seen him like this. She did not understand what moved him, why he should seem so ravaged by loss, when she knew to the bottom of her soul that he was not capable of love. His claw-like hand took hers, brought her resisting fingers to his perspiring cheek. She realized with amazement that he was trying to make her caress him. Here, like this, with a gun held to her head. "Touch me," he muttered feverishly. "Tell me that you love me." Lottie kept her fingers still and lifeless in his. "I love my husband." Radna flushed with baffled anger. "You cannot." She almost pitied him as she stared into his uncomprehending eyes. "I'm sorry for you," she said. "You can't conceive of loving anyone who is less than perfect. What a lonely fate that must be." "I did love you?" he shouted, his voice striated with rage.
I did, curse your cheating soul!
"Then you loved someone who never existed. You loved an impossible ideal." Not me, she licked at the beads of sweat on her upper lip. "You don't know anything about me, my lord. I know you better than anyone," he said vehemently. "You would be nothing without me. You belong to me. No, I am Lord Sidney's wife." She hesitated before giving voice to the thought that had occurred to her more than once in the past few days, "and I am fairly certain that by now I am carrying his child." Lord Radnor's eyes became two wells of utter darkness in a face that was skull-white. She perceived that she had shocked him deeply, that the thought of her being pregnant with another man's child had never even occurred to him. Delicately Radnor's fingers withdrew from hers, and he stood. The cold barrel of the gun never left Lottie's temple as he moved behind her once more. She felt the perspiring flat of his palm catch slightly on her hair as he stroked it. "You've ruined everything," he said in a curiously flat tone. The pistol cocked, the heavy click reverberating against her skin. "There's nothing left for me. You'll never be what I wanted." "No," Lottie agreed softly. It was always futile. Cold sweat trickled down her face as she waited for him to pull the trigger. In the face of such absolute defeat, Radnor would surely defeat her, but she was not going to spend the last moments of her life cowering in fear. She closed her eyes and thought of Nick, his kisses, his smiles, the warmth of his arms around her. Tears of regret and gladness prickled behind her lids. If only she could have had a little more time with him. If only she could have made him understand what he meant to her. A slow sigh escaped her, and she waited almost peacefully for Radnor to act. At the sound of her exhalation, the barrel of the pistol lifted from her head. In the weighty silence that followed, Lottie opened her eyes, perplexed by the absolute stillness. Had she not heard the faint rasp of Radnor's breathing, she would have thought that he had left the room. As she began to turn, she was suddenly assaulted with an explosive sound that made her ears ring. She fell backward, her backside hitting the floor, while a curious hot splatter landed on her skirts and arms. Dazed, she tried to catch her breath and wiped numbly at the red droplets on her arms until they made long, wine-coloured smears. Injury, she thought in amazement, and looked at Radnor's crumpled form. He was lying on the floor a few feet away from her, his body spasming in the throes of defeat. Agreeing reluctantly that they would have to report to Morgan, Nick and Saya went to Bow Street. Nick was in considerable pain, the strained muscles on his side burning, his broken fingers swelling beneath the handkerchief he had bound them with. He was tired and aching, and he could hardly wait to go home to Lottie. As soon as they entered the comfortably shabby building on Bow Street, they headed straight for Sir Grant's office in the hopes that he had returned from the afternoon court session. The court clerk, Vickery, jumped up from his desk as Nick and Saya approached. His bespectacled face registered astonishment at their filthy appearance. "Mr. Saya, and Mr. Lord Sidney. We had a bit of an altercation near Fleet Ditch," Saya said, "Is Morgan available to see us, Vickery?" For some reason, the clerk gave Nick an odd stare. "He is questioning someone at the moment," he replied. "How long will that take?" Nick asked with annoyance. "I have no idea, Lord Sidney. The matter appears to be one of some urgency. Actually, the visitor is your footman, my lord." Nick shook his head as if he hadn't heard correctly. Mr. Daniel Finchley," Vickery clarified. "What in the world is he doing here?" Instantly concerned, Nick went to Morgan's office and opened the door without knocking. Morgan's face was grim as he glanced at Nick. "Come in, Sidney. Your arrival is well timed. What happened to your hand?" "Never mind about that," Nick said impatiently. He saw that the visitor was indeed Daniel, his face bruised and one eye blackened, his livery torn. "Who did that to you?" he asked with a frown of concern. Why are you here, Daniel? I couldn't find you at home, my lord, the footman replied in agitation. I didn't know what to do, so I came to tell Sir Grant. Something has happened to Lady Sydney. A jolt of alarm went through Nick, and he felt his face turn white. What? Lady Sydney went to visit her family this morning, to fetch her sister. She bade me accompany her, and warned me that there might be some kind of struggle, as the Howards would not want to relinquish the girl. He fumbled in his pocket and produced a crumpled note, handing it to Nick. Lady Sydney left this in the carriage. Rapidly Nick scanned the note, his gaze lingering on the first line. Please help me. Mamma says that Lord Radnor is coming to take me away. Cursing under his breath, Nick lifted his gaze to the footman's pale face. Go on, he growled. Just a few moments after Lady Sydney and I arrived at the Howards' home, Lord Radnor appeared. He entered the house, and when he came out, he seemed to have taken leave of his senses. He had his arm around Lady Sydney's throat, and he forced her into his carriage. I tried to stop him, but his footman overpowered me. A wave of icy horror rolled over Nick. He knew the depth of the Earl's dark obsession. His wife was at the mercy of the man she feared most, and he was not there to help her. The realization made him furious. Where did he take her? Nick snarled, seizing the footman's coat with his uninjured hand. Where are they, Daniel? I don't know, the footman replied, trembling. I'll defeat him. Nick raged, striding to the door. He was going to tear London apart, starting with Radnor's town estate. He was only sorry that a man couldn't be defeated more than one time, as he wanted to make him pay 1,000 times over. Sydney. Morgan interrupted firmly, moving so swiftly that he reached the door at the same time as Nick. You're not going to rush out of here like a madman. If your wife is in danger, she needs you to keep a cool head. Nick let out a frustrated growl. Get out of my way! I'm going to organize a search. I can dispatch 4 runners and at least 30 constables in approximately 5 minutes. Tell me the most likely places Radnor could have taken your wife, as you know him better than I do. Morgan's steady gaze met Nick's, and he seemed to understand his overwhelming fear, for his voice softened as he added, You're not alone in this, Sydney. We'll find her, I swear it. Just then, a brief tap sounded at the door. Sir Grant. Came Vickery's muffled voice. You have another visitor. Not now, Morgan said curtly. Tell him to return tomorrow. There was a brief pause. Sir Grant. What on earth is it, Vickery? Morgan sent an incredulous glance at the closed door. I don't think you want to send this one away. I don't care who he is. Just tell him. Morgan's voice trailed away as the door swung gently open. Nick's anguished gaze shot to the visitor, and he nearly fell to his knees at the sight. Lottie. Dishevelled and marked with injuries, Lottie managed a weak smile as she saw her husband's pale face. I've been rather busy today, she said. The sound of her voice seemed to unleash a flood of emotion. Groaning her name, Nick reached her in 2 strides. He pulled her against him in a tight embrace. Injuries, he said incoherently, his large hand moving over her in a frantic search. It's not mine. I'm just fine, except for a few. Lottie broke off, her eyes widening as she saw the bandaged hand he held at his side. Nick, you've been hurt. It's nothing. Nick tugged her head back, his tormented gaze raking over her face. His trembling fingertips traced the line of her cheek and jaw. My goodness. Lottie. As his panicked exploration continued, he discovered the bruises on her throat, and he uttered a cry of fury. Your neck. He dared to. I'm going to make him pay for this. Lottie placed her fingers over his mouth. I'm all right, she said gently. Feeling the way his large body shook, she drew her hand over his chest in a calming stroke. After the traumatic events of the past hours, it was so wonderful to be with him that her lips curved in a shaky smile. She gazed into his dusty, sweat-streaked face with concern. In fact, I believe I may be in better condition than you, my darling. A deep groan came from his throat, and he clutched her with his right arm, bending over her protectively. I love you, he said in a low, shaken voice. I love you so much, Lottie. His lips covered hers in a passionate kiss. Clearly, he was too overwhelmed to recall that there were others in the room. Lottie turned her face away with a muffled laugh. I love you too, she whispered. Not here, darling. Later, with more privacy, we can. She was silenced as Nick kissed her once more. Suddenly, she found herself pressed up against the wall by 6 feet of determined, overwrought man, realizing that there was no stopping him. Lottie stroked his broad back in an effort to calm him. He held her close with tender, heartfelt kisses, his breathing deep and steady as she could feel his chest rise and fall with each breath. She tried to comfort him, gently stroking the back of his neck as he kissed her with quiet intensity. His breath was uneven, and between kisses, he whispered her name like a cherished thought. Lottie, Lottie. Each time she tried to respond, he leaned in again. Sydney. Sir Grant said after clearing his throat repeatedly failed to get his attention. I am Sydney. After a long moment, Nick finally lifted his head. Lottie pressed lightly against his chest, easing his hold on her. Flushed and breathless, she noticed Saya had become deeply engrossed in the view outside the window, while Daniel had stepped out to wait. I apologize for interrupting your reunion with Lady Sydney, my lord, Sir Grant said regretfully, but I must insist on hearing what happened with Radnor and his current whereabouts, especially given the state of Lady Sydney's attire. Realizing he meant the marks on her dress, Lottie nodded. Nick kept his arm around her as she explained. Lord Radnor took his own life, she told the magistrate. He brought me to his home, and after we spoke briefly, he ended his own life. How? Sir Grant asked calmly. He used a pistol. Lottie felt Nick tense at the words. I can't explain his actions, except to say he seemed entirely unwell. I instructed his servants to leave everything untouched, in case you wish to send someone to examine the scene. Well done, my lady, Sir Grant said. Might I ask just a few more questions? Tomorrow, Nick said firmly. She's endured enough today. She needs rest. I'd be happy to share every detail. Lottie replied to Sir Grant. If you could send for a doctor to tend to Lord Sydney's hand and check on our footman as well. The magistrate's green eyes warmed with a smile. We'll summon Dr. Linley at once. I'll fetch him. Saya offered, quickly leaving the room. Excellent, Morgan remarked, turning his attention back to Nick. And while we wait for Linley, my lord, perhaps you could explain how you came by those injuries, and why you look as though you've been wandering through the roughest parts of town. Much later, when they were home and had talked for what felt like hours, Nick shared the thoughts that had raced through his mind during those desperate moments in the warehouse, when he feared the worst. Lottie nestled against him, her fingers lightly tracing patterns on his chest. His voice was low and drowsy from the pain relief Dr. Linley had insisted on before treating his hand. Nick had only accepted it to avoid the indignity of being held down while the doctor administered it. I've never wanted to live more than I did in that moment, clinging to that old beam, Nick admitted. The thought of never seeing you again was unbearable. All I want is time with you, to spend the rest of my life with you. Nothing else matters. Whispering her love, Lottie pressed a soft kiss to his shoulder. Remember when I told you I needed to be a runner? He asked. Lottie nodded. You said you thrived on the challenge and the risk. Not anymore, he said firmly. Thank goodness for that. Lottie replied with a smile, propping herself up on one elbow. Because I've grown quite fond of you. Nick traced the moonlit curve of her back with his fingertips. And now I finally know what to wish for. Curious, she gazed down at him, her hair spilling over his chest and shoulders. What? The wishing well, he reminded her. Oh, yes. Lottie lowered her face to his chest and nuzzled the soft fur, recalling that morning in the forest. You wouldn't make a wish? Because I didn't know what I wanted. And now I do. What do you want? She asked tenderly. His hand slipped behind her head, pulling her mouth down to his. To love you forever, he whispered just before their lips met. Epilogue. An hour after Master John Robert Cannon was born, Sir Ross carried his infant son to the parlour, where friends and family waited. A chorus of soft, delighted exclamations greeted the sight of the sleeping baby wrapped in a lace-trimmed blanket. Surrendering the bundle to his beaming mother, Catherine, Sir Ross made his way to a chair and lowered himself into it with a long sigh. Studying his brother-in-law, Nick reflected that he had never seen him look so exhausted and unnerved. Sir Ross had defied convention by staying with his wife while she was in labour, as he was unable to wait outside while she was undergoing the challenge of delivery. With his black hair rumpled and his supreme self-assurance temporarily gone, Sir Ross appeared far younger than usual, an ordinary man who was badly in need of a drink. Nick poured a brandy at the sideboard and brought it to him. How is Sophia? He asked. A far sight better than I am. Sir Ross admitted and received the snifter gratefully. Thank you. Closing his eyes, he took a deep swallow of the brandy, letting it soothe his overwrought nerves. "Good heavens, I don't know how women do it," he muttered. Being completely unacquainted with the feminine realm of childbirth, Nick sat in a nearby chair and regarded him with a puzzled frown. Did Sophia have a difficult time of it? No, but even the easiest of childbirths seems a Herculean effort to me. Seeming to relax slightly, Sir Ross drank more of the brandy. He surprised Nick with his unusual candour. It makes a husband hesitant of ever going back to his wife's bed, knowing what it will all eventually lead to. While she was in labour, I could hardly believe that I was responsible for putting her through that. He smiled wryly. But then, of course, a man's nature eventually wins out. Nick glanced at Lottie in sudden concern. Like the other women, she was cooing over the baby, her face soft and radiant. One of her hands rested gently on the curve of her own stomach, where their child was growing. Sensing his stare, Lottie looked up with a smile and wrinkled her nose playfully. "Blast," Nick muttered, realizing that he was going to be in no better condition than Sir Ross when his own child was born. "You'll manage," Sir Ross assured him with a sudden grin, reading his thoughts. "And I'll be there to pour the brandy for you afterward." They exchanged a friendly stare, and Nick felt an unexpected flicker of liking for the man who had been his adversary for so many years. Shaking his head with a rueful smile, he extended his hand to Sir Ross. "Thank you." Sir Ross shook his hand in a brief, firm clasp, seeming to understand what Nick was thanking him for. "It was all worth it, then?" he asked quietly, settling back in his chair. Nick looked once more at his wife, loving her with an intensity that he never would have believed himself capable of. For the first time in his life, he was at peace with himself and the world, no longer haunted by shadows of the past. "Yes," he said simply, his soul alight with gladness as Lottie looked back at him once more. Author's note, dear reader. I hope you have enjoyed my novels featuring the famed Bow Street runners. They have been a great pleasure for me to write, and I was able to learn some very interesting facts during my research. The Bow Street runners were essentially a private police force, never officially authorised by Parliament. They were not bound by statutory or territorial restrictions, which meant they were virtually a law unto themselves. This dashing group of thief-takers was formed by Henry Fielding in 1753, and when he died 1 year later, his half-brother John Fielding succeeded him as chief magistrate. After the Bow Street runners faithfully served the public for decades, the first Metropolitan Police Act was passed in 1829, resulting in the creation of the new police. The Bow Street office continued to operate independently of the new police for 10 years, until the Second Metropolitan Police Act expanded the new police and finally eliminated the Bow Street runners. I humbly ask for your indulgence, as I have taken author's license to extend the runners' existence for another 2 years, in order to serve the needs of my plot. I also want to address the fact that I've included a shower scene in a historical novel, which I know is unusual. As I researched 19th century plumbing, I learned that the Duke of Wellington installed several hundred feet of hot water piping in his home as early as 1833, and by the late 1830s, the Duke of Buckingham had equipped his mansion with shower baths, water closets, and bathrooms. Therefore, Nick Gentry's shower bath was entirely possible for a well-to-do London gentleman of his time. Regarding the process of disclaiming one's title, it was actually impossible for a peer to do so until the passage of the 1963 Peerage Act. Only about 15 or so have actually disclaimed since then. Wishing you happiness always, Lisa. About the author Lisa Kleypas is the author of 17 historical romance novels that have been published in 12 languages. In 1985, she was named Miss Massachusetts and competed in the Miss America pageant in Atlantic City. After graduating from Wellesley College with a political science degree, she published her first novel at age 21. Her books have appeared on bestseller lists, including those of the New York Times, USA Today, and Publishers Weekly. Lisa is married and has 2 children. Other books by Lisa Kleypas. Because You're Mine, Dreaming of You, Lady Sophia's Lover, Midnight, Angel Only in Your Arms, Only with Your Love, Prince of Dreams, Someone to Watch Over Me. Somewhere I'll Find You, Stranger, in My Arms, Suddenly You. Then Came You. When Strangers Marry, Where Dreams Begin. Copyright. Published by Head Digital Appen. 97840510799. All characters and events in this publication, other than those clearly in the public domain, are fictitious, and any resemblance to real persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Copyright 2003 by Lisa Kleypas. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted, in any form or by any means, without the prior permission in writing of the publisher. Hachette Digital Little, Brown Book Group, 100 Victoria Embankment, London, EC4IDYW, Hachette. Co.